Good. You getting it?
performance meeting for the 22nd of July. We'll start with the opening karakia. So if everyone could stand for that, please. Okay, thank you. So I've got apologies from Celeste and Andre for the day, and latenesses from Mel and Tyler, and a possible early departure from Melanie as well. Mark's happy to move. Pauline's happy to second. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Great, thank you. Now we've got our declarations of interest. So the Mayor's declaration on the Akaroa wastewater scheme. Melanie is around Christchurch City Holdings, the final statement of intent, item 8. And then we've got our CCO organisations for item 9, which is CNZ is, it's Mayor Henstock, Deputy Mayor Henstock, and Councillor Moore, who's not here, Venues Otautahi, Councillors Kewen and Tyrone. Transwaste is Mark, Kelly and Tim. Civic Building is myself, Jake and Vic. Rickett and Bush Trust is Tyler. Rod Donald is you, Tyrone. And Central Plains Water is Pauline and Mark. Yep. I think you can. We'll check with Helen. I'll have to. Yeah. Okay, and then. Oh yes, yep. And then also just noting item 17. Item 17 around Christchurch NZ for Victoria and Andre as well, and public excluded Councillor Barber for items 18 and 19 around the curbside collections. And I should just note also that item 10, the asset management report, has been withdrawn from the agenda for today just because the staff member is unable to present it, so that will come back for us as well. So, has anyone got any more declarations of interest? We're all good? Great. So let's go to the minutes. So I'm happy to move the previous minutes. Item 3. Tim looks like he's happy to second them. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Fantastic. Now let's go to item 4, public forum. And so public forum is a 5-minute window for people to come along. We'll make sure the time is up on the screen for them. And I'd like to first welcome Mitch Shaw to speak on behalf of Upstream and share what the organisation learned through its work at One New Zealand Stadium at Te Kaha. So Mitch, welcome. There we go.
Awesome. My name is Mitch and thank you for the chance to talk with you. I was a local youth worker for 13 years, fully dependent on grant funding to fund the essential youth work that we're providing in the Hornby area. And so we actually built a social enterprise called Upstream to actually push back against being fully exposed to grant funding and what it could do if it's pulled from us. In 2018, we launched that, and my goal today is to inspire you with what's possible when council projects can harness Upstream in their supply chains and create lasting community impact. You might have heard Councillor Mark Peters talking about our involvement in the closeout report of Te Kaha. We were heavily involved in the broader outcome reporting of that over the last 3 years, which included Upstream being used in the supply chain, generating over $42,000 in community funding as a result of our suppliers and products entering Upstream into their competitive tenders. So, what is Upstream? I'll come back to this a little bit more, but what is Upstream? Basically, we inspire organisations to spend money they're already spending on things they actually already need. We're just going to do a whole lot of social good with it at the same time. You might have heard social procurement. Basically, that's kind of us. We've got a whole lot of procurement. I've got over 150 subcontractors and suppliers and merchants, and I'm getting 2 or 3 each week joining the Upstream community. So we want to play our part in giving back. It's going to do a whole lot of social good if that procurement is used in a supply chain. And so basically the knock-on effect is really powerful when those suppliers are used in projects and operating expenses and in local procurement. This was where the money's going. So I was a youth worker for 13 years. I was one youth worker in 800 students at Hornby High School, struggling to actually support the amount of need that was going on for young people. And I had to find a different way to actually fund more youth work so that we could support more kids. What's going on for our young people is pretty horrendous in New Zealand. We actually lead some of the stats in the OECD, and we have to think about sustainable funding in a way that actually increases the amount of support around these children. And so basically we started with a heat pump cleaner, Kevin, local to Hornby, who just cleans heat pumps. And he said, I want to play a role, but I can't give you a donation, Mitch. I can give you a percentage of what we could generate together. And so I started hitting up my mum. She's got 3 heat pumps, and she used Kevin. And then Kevin pledged a little bit back to me, and I put that towards the youth work. And that triggered Upstream. Today, we have 160 suppliers that actually went, we want to be like Kevin. We want to give back sustainably as a way of actually giving back. And we've brokered $15 million in procurement in the last 8 years, which has resulted in over $850,000 in charitable funding as a result, a byproduct of that procurement being used. It goes towards youth work, goes towards counselling subsidies. We partner with local charities, many of which are actually already applying for Strengthening Community Fund. And we want to see Upstream as a top-up alongside grant funding, donation, business support. That's already happening. We don't want to stop that. We just want to be a top-up alongside that. The suppliers that are actually part of Upstream go, we want to play a part, are actively already on your projects, already in operational expenditure, already applying for RFPs, tenders. We just want to clip on the social good that could come with their bid, being a point of difference. It's sustainable, it comes out of their margin, it's not added on, and basically we're winning work because of these suppliers saying we want to give a social good as part of this tender. Here's some of the projects that actively have been council specific. In Matatiki, solar panels generated $2,500 in funding across the road. So I did youth work at Hornby High School for 13 years. I knew the needs of young people, and my solar supplier put it into the bid and said, look, this is my pledge, this is how much good it's going to happen. He was competitive, and that was the outcome. It was a byproduct of him winning that work. This is a private project. We partnered with South Base Construction, who actually built Harvey Norman, and essentially a couple of suppliers were used that generated just under $1,000 of funding out of that margin. Boys High, you would have seen this go up. Again, we partner with South Base, actively involved in bidding in Canterbury, and they actually used 3 suppliers, only 3 transactions, and it generated just under $14,000 in funding as a result. Now they're competitive, they won the bid based on capability and price, but the byproduct of that was the social good. It generated a whole year's worth of youth work, 10 hours a week in a school. And then at the stadium, we just generated just under $42,000 or $41,000 as a result of 13 suppliers' products and services being used. So it represented just under $1 million in procurement that was won through Upstream supply chain. So quite a small, significant percentage, but it gave me the potential to go, man, it's pretty amazing actually how much procurement could result in if other council projects could be harnessed for good. So my goal is basically to inspire the procurement side of council to actually work for the community side of council, almost playing a bridge between what's possible and actually by not increasing costs. And so I guess I would love the value to be able to work with the procurement team just around how we could do greater good for the local charities by harnessing the power of procurement. Thanks for your time.
Hey, thank you very much for that. It's really useful and really good to see what can be achieved when everyone works together on things. So if I was to break down sort of your requests, it's just to look at how in our procurement we look at the weightings we give to organisations around what they're doing in terms of that social good. Would that be a way to help achieve that?
That's right. If I was probably frank, main contractors are often led by what these questions are said and what the weighting is. So most people aren't aware of what Upstream does. Some of the main contractors that are bidding for work are and are actively passionate about what we stand for. But the way that those questions are written could actually increase funding on the community side if it included a little bit more direction around social enterprises or upstream in the supply chain or sharing some examples.
It ties into what this whole council's wanted, and I won't hold up because we've got to move on, but around using local businesses as well.
Yep.
So I think if we could have an action, David, out of this is to refer the presentation to procurement and to see what can be done that aligns with council's already its wishes around local procurement. So Hey, thank you very much for coming in.
Nice.
Brilliant.
Thank
Great. Okay, next up I've got Marnie Ainsworth. Is Marnie here? Great, come on up. So same again, welcome along.
Kia ora, thank you. Kia ora koutou,
Oh, just
ko
hit the-
Marnie Ainsworth.
Just hit the green button there so they can hear you online. Yep.
Kia ora koutou, ko Marnie Ainsworth Takuingua. I'm here on behalf of Keep Our Assets. We have presented to you before about, and this time I'm talking to you about the formal letter of complaint that was put in on the 17th of July. And it's about the actions and omissions that have led Council to pass or this committee to pass an incorrect resolution at the April Finance and Performance meeting, that the draft statement of intent for CCHL aligned with Council's letter of expectation from February. It very clearly does not. What's significant about this is that this isn't the first time that staff have put up either omissions or inaccuracies, but this one is very serious. The January Finance and Performance Committee resolved that CCHL should include in its statement of intent a very clear statement that its boundaries were that the portfolio properties were to remain in public ownership and control. There's nothing like that in CCHL's statement of intent. And in particular, there's no commitment to retaining public ownership, and there's no recognition of Council's opposition to outsourcing or leasing the Littleton Port. There are other things that aren't there, including no reference to unions, collective bargaining or workforce participation. The request is that, given that, is that you recommit that resolution here today, make it very clear to CCHL that its draft statement of intent does not comply with your earlier resolution and with your letter of expectation. It's critical that the expectations get into the statement of intent. The legislation, the Local Government Act, is very clear that directors are bound by the Constitution, they're bound by the statement of intent. The Constitution is very clear that they are bound by the statement of intent. And the Companies Act is very clear that the CCHL is bound by its Constitution and is bound by its statement of intent. The letter of expectation is good, but it doesn't go far enough. The request to you today is that you rescind that resolution, that you replace it with a statement that they comply with your instructions and your expectation, and that we have a revised statement of intent. If you might think that the letter of expectation will be sufficient, but I would point to you the High Court ruling around the Wanaka stakeholder group decision, where the court overturned a 99-year lease because it had not been consulted on through the long-term plan. Council has also made decisions that these things of ownership and control must go through a special consultative process. Any suggestion that CCHL has the ability to make a decision on whether to lease the operation of Littleton Port will be outside not only statute but court rulings. So kia ora koutou.
Great, thank you very much for coming in. We've got a minute if anyone's got any questions. Nathaniel?
So this is broadly about the uncertainties around the Tōnui proposal, right?
Yes, it is. There's no, while it is in the letter of expectation, it isn't in the statement of intent, which is the only authority that CCHL is required to abide by.
Thanks.
Great, we're all good. Thank you for coming in. Can I welcome up now for, actually that concludes public forum, so we'll go to deputations. And the first one is, I see Mark's here, Mark Wilson from the Combined Unions of Littleton, to come up and talk about final statement of intent and CCHL. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor and councillors. Today I'm actually I'm presenting on behalf of RMTU on the priorities or the unions, the combined unions' position regarding the Taunui proposal. Marnie has essentially stolen a lot of our thunder with regards to the letter of expectation, and what she said obviously backed up a lot of what we presented last month, and both MUNS and RMTU endorse fully what she is saying there. So on last Friday, we the unions and community held a educational meeting at Littleton around what we knew about the Taunui proposal from media reports, and also DP World and its track record. So I would encourage you all, that's on YouTube, I think. So certainly get on and have a look. I'm sure some of you might have seen it already. And if that's the case, you probably will be aware of our campaign priorities, but I'll just reiterate them here, and I might even go into a little bit of depth. So the first campaign priority is, from the union's perspective regarding Taunui, the Taunui proposal, is we wish to see council amend for CCHL to amend their statement of intent to reflect your letter of expectation along what Marnie was speaking on just before. The second priority is that the unions wish to build a partnership or relationship with Ngāti Wheke and the other runangas, specifically the other runangas that are involved within the Taunui proposal. What we are wanting to do is we're wanting to meet and understand what position the runangas have, and understand how they have come to partner with, partner with DP World in the proposal. We have. I watched a submission on the 14th of April by Ngāti Wheke that to this council, I think even in this room, that clearly expressed the importance to them of their leadership in setting environmental values around the health of the harbour. They seem to have been having a similar relationship to LPC governance and management as the unions do, which is basically being locked out of established partnerships of the past and being marginalised. This has actually got to the point from a union perspective where, as perceived for a runanga perspective, that they would consider partnering with a port operator that has pushed the Australian container freight industry to the point of failure. Now that's a report done by the Australian equivalent of the Commerce Commission of New Zealand, the ACCC. And we unions also feel that we feel the same sort of pain that the runanga have, actually, to be fair. And that goes on to the next point, our next priority, which is that we seek to remove governance that doesn't recognise mana whenua and the combined unions as strategic partners of Littleton Port. The fourth priority is that, and this goes across New Zealand to all of our brothers and sisters on the wharves all over New Zealand, is that DP World must not enter New Zealand. Those are our priorities, and those are things that you'll be hearing a lot more of in the coming week. that's all I've really got to say on behalf of RMTU and the combined unions. Any questions?
Hey, thank you, Mark, for coming in. I only had one. So did you invite the Runanga to that meeting on Friday night? Or?
We invited the community. A lot of Runanga are actually our members, and we're all in the Littleton community. So, but we certainly weren't going to be inviting someone to go up there and stand on stage and get a hell of a lot of anger at this stage, because I think not everything is fully disclosed, and we're seeking to build partnership rather than tear people down,
Right.
or organisations down. Yep.
Pauline?
Thank you, Mark. Do the unions have a view on the port expansion? Because I'm hearing conflicting information now, and apparently Ngāti Wheke is opposed to that as well. So I'm just
We haven't been told that. Let's just be clear.
Oh, fair enough, Yanni. Thank you.
I'd say that it is divided. We all know that the wharfs, CQ 1, 2 and potentially 3 are in a little bit of a state at the moment, and we have members within our union that spend almost all of their working life at LPC under the wharf keeping it going. So we do recognise that there does need to be repair and updating of wharfs, whether or not that means $800 million and putting a company into debt because of it, which then opens the door for privatisation down the road. That's a question that probably needs to go to all of Christchurch.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Should be consulted on, in your view?
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely, almost $1 billion in debt. I think that should be consulted on.
But it also allows more activity, bigger container ships to come in, probably more jobs and that sort of thing.
I'd love to see all of the information regarding that, and also if we are going to be spending $1 billion or $0.8 billion, then that needs to be also, we need to have a pretty robust national port strategy before one region starts spending $1 billion, then the next region starts spending $1 billion to catch up with that, and it's a fast track to nowhere.
Yeah, and together with the environmental damage as well to the harbour.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Great answers.
Thank you. Sorry, just to clarify, I've sought clarification on whether or not the proposal, the unsolicited proposal, includes iwi opposition to, as a bottom line, to the expansion. We have not been told whether it does or not. We have not seen it. But I just wanted to check. I don't know if you've seen the final statement of intent on page 18 around strong employee engagement and culture. Basically, the measure from and the target from CCHL is subsidiaries to undertake a regular, at least annual staff engagement assessment, and then the target is subsidiary staff engagement outcomes and trends are reported to CCHL. My question to you, given the concerns that you've raised today and previously, do you think that goes far enough? It doesn't. Do you think it needs to be more explicit about improving industrial relations and working more collaboratively with the unions and on getting better engagement rather than just monitoring it?
100% yes. Basically, you can survey whatever you want, and get the answers that you want out of it.
At the moment, how would you rate the industrial relations and the engagement at the port?
Poor. Very poor.
Great. Hey, thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Excellent. So now let's move to Simon Ensor, who's going to speak about wall design for Akarai, and this is in relation to the paper we have later in the day. Welcome along, Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Where's the clicker? There we go. I've prepared a short presentation. Oh, I see, I've got 10 minutes. That's very kind of you.
You don't have to use the whole 10 minutes.
No, I shan't. I just want to highlight some key points. We believe that, I'll start again. We engaged with council staff last year explaining some options and some technology that we represent. And we've had good, meaningful discussion with staff, but that we haven't heard anything since March of this year. And we note that the progress is heading towards the fast track and the consent application through that process. So we want to make people more aware that there is an alternative that we consider needs airing. So we'll rip straight in. I represent these other two people. Peter Gearing is an environmental engineer, and Professor Freeman Cook is a soil physicist and an intellectual that is frequently called on to act in the Environment Court. So acts at a very high level, very high-powered soil modelling, and is the backbone of any recommendations we work with. So there's a lot of fine print. I cut and pasted this from a A4 presentation, which I believe you've also got. So I won't spend too much time on the fine print, except to say that we think that Duvo Shell should stay separate from Akaroa and therefore not need the pipeline either through the road or through the harbour. We understand that there's a earthquake risk, and we suggest rebuilding in a more satisfactory location, and we'll show you some costing for that in a minute. More technical details, but we fundamentally the plant should handle 1,000 cubic metres a day and have some buffered storage, and then send the disposal of the effluent out through potentially the golf course, and we've got examples of where that works, but it could be agricultural land as well. And this is where the key part of our technology is different to the generic understanding of wastewater disposal via land. One of my associates, Peter Gearing, holds a patent which allows him to incorporate drainage with subsurface distribution of effluent. And that allows the operator to then manage the soil moisture level and operate in environments that wouldn't normally be considered suitable. It allows the operation of and the distribution of effluent even when it's raining, for example, because you can control the moisture level of the soil. So looking at that, there's some high-level costings. Replacing the wastewater treatment plant, and these figures come from a colleague that's working actually in the North Island, but building plants of similar scale to this and what we're going to propose for Akaroa. So you can see a costing there for that, and then a costing for the disposal field, so a touch under 6 million. Akaroa, similar layout of numbers. We think that we acknowledge that the I&I is a recognised problem in Akaroa, but it's a recognised problem in almost every wastewater system throughout the country. And you can either have a plant that's got the capacity for it, you can have it all overflowing and going everywhere, but we're proposing having a tank to buffer that along with a effluent storage tank so that we can manage the distribution. We would potentially stop irrigating on a day when Jubilee Park, which we'll come to, is fully underwater, or you're having one of those major climatic events, then you'd probably stop distributing effluent for a day or so. So you need some buffering, but otherwise you would just keep operating. The guts of it, the distribution of the effluent would be via a modified Jubilee Park. We would take out 1.2 to 1.3 metres of soil, replace it with a selected grade of sand, and turn the whole park into a modified disposal field that would be able to handle the whole of Akaroa's wastewater disposal. And it will be able to do it day in, day out. On an average day, which is typically around 450 cubic metres a day, the soil contact time would be around 14 days. On bigger climatic events, that may come down to 7 days. On an extreme 300 millimetre event, you would stop. There'll be some management criteria around that to mitigate those situations. But by and large, you would not be just firing stuff into the harbour that's not treated or not passed through the land. What does this look like? Cost-wise, a little bit more than Duvet Shell, but it's a bit bigger. So there's the treatment plant and tanks and the disposal field, so a smidgen under 14 million. So in total, just under 20 million. And what we're not including is the pump station, the pipe to get it up the hill, the earthworks, but recognising the location that's generally chosen, either side of the road at the top of the hill is a good spot, but all of the effluent would come back to Jubilee Park. Just to give you a quick heads up on what subsurface irrigation looks like, there's a little graphic. There's a bit of grass, a bit of soil, and a tube below the ground with emitters in it, and water comes out of that. Now that's what was introduced in New Zealand by Peter Gearing in 1995. Since then he's progressed considerably with refinements, and we now describe them as a next-gen disposal field, and there's features there that I've already mentioned. So there's three case studies I just wanted to quickly show you. Tiwai Point in Invercargill, that disposal field there is sitting over the top of the drinking water aquifer. It's carefully monitored by everybody, including iwi, and one of the people showed me an app on his phone so he can just bring it up and see what's happening. That is a very sensitive environment. It's been operating since 1998, and it is still going very well according to Rio Tinto. Omaha Golf Course, complex situation. That's mole ploughed in, and then you track back over that, and people were playing golf there later in the day. There's the situation where the greens are irrigated by fresh water, and the fairway and the approaches are subsurface. A high rate disposal, which is more akin to what we're proposing for Jubilee Park, in the middle of the town, median strip, constructed not by mole plough but by building up in layers. Jubilee Park wouldn't be as intensive as that, but it would be constructed in a similar way to that. And that's what it looks like today. It's me.
Thank you very much for coming in. Aaron's got a question. Yep.
Yeah, so growing on top of the park would be grass?
Yes.
I'm picking?
Yes.
And would you go a particular sort of grass that can soak up more moisture than others? And obviously grass is really good. Grasslands are better for sequestering carbon.
Yes.
And so are there particular ones you could use that would tick that box as well?
The contract.
And can you then turn it into hay and reuse it and it grows even faster?
Yeah, look, I don't, you're absolutely right with what you say, and cut and carry is always the best way when you're dealing with this kind of land-based thing, and a sports field is the ultimate cut and carry. The actual species, yes, but the contractor that we are talking with and has given us a quote for delivering the sand is the same contractor that put all the sand and the grass into Te Kaha Stadium. Right. So a considerable amount of knowledge there. If we're engaged to take it further, we will certainly be considering those aspects.
Thank you.
Great. Hey, thank you for that. What we'll do is when the team come up to talk through the paper, we'll just get them to preempt what you've said and address that. I think would be quite useful. So much appreciated you coming in, and
Thank you.
We'll deal with the paper later today.
Thank you very much for your
Great.
time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, can I now welcome, first up, I think Bruce might be online, and I can see Lee there as well, so that's good. Welcome.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Now, one thing, what I want to do just before, so these are all deputations as well around item 7, just so everyone's aware, and I might repeat it at the beginning of each deputation. I'd just quite like the Chief Executive to just update everyone on the resolutions that are going to be in the paper, because there's just one at the end which says, and B, do you want to talk through it? It just talks about not requesting the Minister to, it basically says agreeing to not request the Minister to get written feedback from the public, whereas we're changing that to say request the Minister to direct the panel to invite written public.
Correct.
I just wonder if can you just mention that now, because it might give the deputations more time to talk about the issues as opposed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's correct. It's really just removing the word not and framing it in the positive rather than in the negative. It remains open for the committee to reach either decision, but it invites them to frame it as a positive rather than a negative request.
So we'll make that clear at the beginning of each deputation,
yes,
just so that everyone's aware.
Correct.
So on that note, you guys know this better than anyone, so you've got 10 minutes, and if you've got some time at the end, we can ask some questions, but we're over to you, Bruce and Lee.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Bruce McLean. I'm here with Lee Robinson to speak on behalf of the Children's Bay Protection Society. We're here because Akaroa is deeply concerned about the direction the council is taking on wastewater. Since the last meeting, the community has formed the Children's Bay Protection Society. We now have 110 members, and membership has been doubling each week. That is not a small procedural concern. It is a clear signal that people feel for their harbour, their recreation area, and their community voice, which are at risk. Specifically with respect to your papers today, you're addressing this morning. One, we do not agree that the cost corrections the council has made to address our questions at the last meeting have been correct. The estimates do not reflect the methodology and reduced risk profile of the marine options objectively, and we can consider they are unnecessarily pessimistic compared to the optimistic costs presented for the land-based option. We suggest that road disruption impact has been underestimated and that delays will cause tremendous angst with the community, which will only add to the negative view of the scheme the community has. Timeframes suggested do not appear to take account of the bedrock and other services which will be encountered along the route. And 3, we do not believe extending the marine outfall to 500 metres is nearly enough to protect Children's Bay. From our knowledge of it, it needs to be much further. In the now abandoned consent process, 92% of submitters opposed the land-based scheme, yet this council voted 94% in favour of it. These two figures sit starkly side by side. They show a serious disconnect between the council's chosen course and the community most affected by it. Children's Bay is not an empty corner of the harbour. It is Akaroa's main recreation area and sporting hub, and one of the Akaroa's most used public spaces. People boat, swim, kayak, sail, moor and water ski there. Around the bay are bowls, tennis, croquet, mini golf, pickleball, walking tracks, a skate park, the recreation ground, and Akaroa's only freedom campsite. Grihan Stream flows through that recreation area and into Children's Bay. It also contains an inanga spawning restoration area. Yet the proposed terminal pump station would sit alongside the stream, placing major wastewater infrastructure in the middle of a sensitive and heavily used public space. The council also proposes to discharge treated and at times untreated wastewater into Children's Bay. Recent changes to irrigation, storage and wetland capacity are expected to increase these discharges and their environmental impact. For the people who use and care for this bay, this is not acceptable. Council credibility in Akaroa has been badly damaged by this scheme. Costs have escalated by 400% since 2020, and there is every reason to expect that trend to continue. We fully expect that the final cost will be in excess of 180 million. The design is still at a preliminary stage and the figures are being being quoted are quantity surveyor estimates only. Meanwhile, the process has focused on one land-based option, while alternatives have been treated in ways that appear muddled, duplicated, and not properly optimised. After more than 10 years, the council has only one debatable consent for the terminal pump station. That is not a sound basis for fast-track application, in our view. We have therefore looked carefully at the legality of the council's recent decision to proceed on a fast-track basis. We are concerned that the scheme may damage the Children's Bay environment, may lack resilience, carry significant construction and operational risks, and will impose costs that continue to climb. Most importantly, a scheme of this scale and consequence should not be forced through in the face of sustained community opposition. We are fortunate in Akaroa to have capable and committed people willing to test the council's current course. We've sought advice from two King's Counsel, a barrister, and other colleagues who have been generous with their time. Over the past 4 to 5 weeks, a carefully researched legal argument has been developed. That advice indicates that the council may not have undertaken a sufficiently rigorous analysis of the purpose and scheme of the new 2025 wastewater services legislation, and that its decision-making may therefore be contestable. The wastewater legislation requires the council to select the option that it considers to be the most cost-effective option and to provide water services that are reliable, resilient, and meet all regulatory requirements. We believe the council has not done this. It has chosen the most expensive of 3 options, and this is in breach of the law. On behalf of the society, we've sent a formal letter to the council in Lee Robinson's name and on SRB letterhead, putting the council on notice. In return, we have received a 2-paragraph email response. We strongly oppose the decision to fast-track this consent process and remove the public's ability to make submissions. I understand you've changed that position. The recent cancellation of the council's consent application to Environment Canterbury confirmed that the 3-year process was fraught and unlikely to deliver the consents the council sought. The council now appears to be seeking, through a fast-track process with no public consultation, what it could not secure through a democratic one. We ask this committee to pause the fast-track approach. We ask you to recognise the depth of the community concern, and we ask you to support a process that generally listens to Akaroa, properly tests alternatives, protects Children's Bay, and restores confidence in council decision-making. Thank you very much. And Lee, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, councillors, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to emphasise the legal position. We spent 7 weeks since the council's decision on the 22nd of April researching the legal position, and hopefully the council will have seen, all councillors will have seen our letter of the 1st of July. It was prepared by 2 of the top KCs in the country. In reply to that, and within 48 hours of that letter, we received a 2-paragraph curt response, which in our view was inappropriate. I want to just quickly take you through the legal position. The position is simply this. Under the new wastewater treatment standards, you are required to opt for the most resilient, sustainable and economic option. Our view, and we want this recorded, is that we believe once this design has been fully costed, you will end up with a cost of this project between $180 and $200 million. Where is that going to put the council in relation to its legal position? You will have opted for a fast-track application and contracted works at the most expensive option of the 3. You will be in breach of your law, of the law. Not only that, not only are you accountable to the court, you're accountable to the Auditor General, you're accountable to the Ombudsman, and specifically under this legislation, you're accountable to the Commerce Commission. No one can put their hand on their heart and say this project, as has happened in the last 5 or 6 years, is not going to escalate in cost. You cannot go down this process without having proper design and proper costings. All you've got is QS estimates, and in the last 6 years, they've blown out from 35 million to 180, what's to say this is not going to happen again? You've got no guarantee. You cannot go down this process. You need to look at the law and comply with your obligations. That is what governance with respect requires. So, gentlemen and ladies, we ask you please to take a responsible attitude to this. You cannot go down this process. You've got a community up in arms, and we need to have a democratic approach to this issue. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bruce and Lee. There is half a minute left, so I don't know if anyone's got a question. Yanni?
Thank you. I'm not sure if you saw the previous deputation around the alternative method, but did you have a comment or a view as to that proposal?
We didn't see that. I'm sorry, Yanni. What was that proposal?
Yeah, it's a bit hard for me to explain that. I'm not a wastewater engineer, but
All right, so
effectively,
let's not.
It was at some of the green space to do it under the soil, under the green spaces. It's been done.
We'll deal with it in questions of the team.
Okay, cool.
Great. Hey, thank you both very much for making the time to come in, and we'll deal with the paper shortly. Thank you. Okay, now I've got next up is Jan Cook from the Friends of Banks Peninsula. Welcome along. And same again, you 10 minutes, so we're in your hands.
Thank you. Well, obviously, my topic is item 7, and I will be referring to the officer recommendations before you, and thank you for your clarification just before, but I will still be speaking to that matter so that we can support you in that. And I just wanted to note that the map in attachment A gives a great overview of the proposal. So firstly, we suggest that you shouldn't be agreeing to receive the information in this report without question. It raises more questions than answers, such as the effects of tripling irrigation rates and almost halving storage volume, the cost and practicalities, frankly, of effectively monitoring ground conditions, the impacts of the relocation of the storage tanks and treatment plant, the impacts of road conveyance, and most notably, the plans for raw sewage overflows are still completely unknown. Second, we challenge the assessment of medium significance. This scheme affects over 200 immediate neighbours and impacts the whole community. It is one of the most costly capital items on the council's books. It is high risk, including your reputational risk, and there have been 2 failed resource consent applications. This proposal is of high significance, and the council is not fulfilling the obligations of its significance and engagement policy. The last consultation was in 2020 and overwhelmingly requested reduction and reuse measures. The subsequent council resolution contains 17 items. Not one of these is now being achieved, from the avoidance of discharge to the harbour to there being no budget for the cost increases. I&I has not been significantly reduced. The promised water conservation and reuse goals and recreation and heritage benefits are not happening. The treatment standard will not be the promised ultrafiltration and will be so poor that the public must be excluded from the irrigation areas. It is just nonsense to say that the options presented are not materially different from the options consulted on in 2020. They are also substantively different from the 2023 application. The addition of devotional to the scheme brings substantial cost increases, disruption, risks and environmental effects. The already high risk of land saturation, runoff and nitrogen pollution at Robinson's Bay has been greatly increased. When these problems occur, there will need to be greater use of the Children's Bay overflow, moving the pollution to that area as well. And I repeat, the plans for untreated overflows are unknown. Number 3, the economic and social impacts of using the main road corridor for the conveyance pipes will be high, and there needs to be public engagement about ways to avoid and mitigate these. 4th, extending the outfall at Children's Bay to 500 metres is insignificant, unacceptable, and will not in any way address public concerns. This needs to be extended to at least 1,000 metres to take discharge away from a shallow, poorly flushing area and out to the main current. And of course, the discharge of untreated waste is a matter of great public interest, with the recent revolting images from Wellington at the front of people's minds. And finally, you must ask the Minister to recommend that written comments are sought from interested parties. If more than 200 adjacent owners must be consulted, then it is reasonable and very prudent, in fact, to extend this to community groups that have already been highly engaged and have demonstrated local knowledge and expertise and can engage constructively. This can only add value to the process. The Friends of Banks Peninsula and other principal groups such as Robinson's Bay Ratepayers and Residents Association, the Akaroa Civic Trust, Akaroa Ratepayers and Residents, and the newly formed Children's Bay Protection Society should be enabled to contribute to the fast-track process. And I would suggest be engaged with before you even put that application in for referral. More importantly, the Council should right now pause and take a step back from the brink. The 2023 application has failed and has now been formally withdrawn. That failure lies with the quality of that application. Despite our warnings that it was incomplete and overlooked critical shortcomings and risks, Council chose to proceed with an application that did not withstand the scrutiny of the public and the hearing panel itself. Without community and input and expertise, the Council might very well be setting itself up to fail yet again. And the many millions of dollars wasted so far is minor compared to the hundreds of millions at risk if an unworkable scheme is put into practice. Is this new proposal, which still grapples with the same problems but is made even worse by rash cost-cutting measures, any more feasible and environmentally acceptable than its predecessor? Does it improve climate resilience? Does it have less community impact and lower environmental effects? Where is the information about how untreated overflows will be mitigated and managed? So pause this undemocratic process and engage constructively with the affected community in Runanga. There is a doable solution to be found. We strongly believe that. And just on a final note, you're very interested in cost, so let me tell you a little bit about our costs. Our small community raised over $100,000 to pay for legal and technical expertise. A number of us attended all 8 days of the consent hearings. I and several others have each spent hundreds of hours researching and preparing information and writing letters and submissions. The consent application alone was more than 2,000 pages. When asked by the hearing panel, Dr. Martin estimated that his technical analysis work had cost him $30,000 in lost wages. Community members have attended countless working party and reference group meetings over many years now, only to see their hard work brushed aside. So to be told that our contribution will not add value to the process is deeply offensive. It's just not on, really. Thank you. Plenty of time.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Yanni?
I mean, the same question as the previous deputations. Did you have any thoughts on the proposal that we were presented with earlier today?
I couldn't actually hear the technical details of it, but what I've come to realise is that it is the addition of the devotional scheme that's really upping the costs and the difficulties for this proposal, because you've now got a whole nother stretch of that you've got to basically convey the wastewater to Akaroa. So that's a substantial part of the problem. If you can revisit that devotional decision with something that will stand alone in that community, I think there could be real advantages to that.
Okay.
That's all I can really.
Thank you, and I just want to acknowledge the work that you've put in. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Any other questions? No? Hey, thank you very much for coming in. Much appreciated. Okay, so we've got one more deputation, and that's from our community board. So come on up, Lynn and Nigel. And I don't know, were you here at the beginning when I mentioned that change to the...
Do you mind, Chairman McDonald, reading that out again for me? Is that okay?
I wonder if... Can you just bring up the resolutions? Is that possible, David? Yep. So what it had in the staff recommendation was agree to not request the minister to seek written comment. But what that's being updated to do is to request written comment from the community. But I just thought it's probably important in your roles to understand that before you talk.
100%,
and changes things a wee bit. Yeah.
We would.
It'll be what's moved today. Yep.
Okay. Well, we would go along with that, and we will. Our discussion will affirm that more.
Great.
Kia ora, everybody. Today we are here today as representatives of the board, but we're in support of the Akaroa community. The Akaroa wastewater project will affect everybody in the community, as you well know. It will shape the harbour they swim in, the children, the land the children will play on, the environment that draws the visitors, and sustains livelihoods everywhere. It is not a technical decision that just happens in the cities. It is a deeply local one. Under the normal Resource Management Act process, any resident, ratepayer or community group can make a submission. The public has a voice. This is how this project has been run until now, and hundreds of people, as you've just heard, in our community have engaged in good faith because of this. But under the Fast Track Approvals Act, that changes significantly. The law specifies a closed list of who must be notified and invited to comment. Local authorities, relevant iwi, administering agencies, adjacent landowners and relevant ministers. The general public of Akaroa are not on that list, and the Akaroa community groups are not on that list. The wider community, people who have followed this project for years, put hours, lots of money into it, as we've just heard, who have submitted, attended meetings and invested time and energy, they could find themselves with no formal pathway to be heard. We're not here to obstruct the progress of this project. We understand that a solution is needed sooner rather than later. But here is what matters today. The Minister for Infrastructure has the power to specify additional people and groups to be included on the notification list when referring a project to the expert panel. That is in the Act. It is not a workaround, it is intended flexibility, and it is exactly the right tool for this project. So I affirm that that has been put in today's amendment in a community like ours. So today we ask you for that. Just go along with that amendment, that would be fantastic. Ask the Minister to, if this project proceeds through the fast track, the wider community be included on the notification list. This community has been engaged and patient. They have earned the right to be heard. The Minister has the power to ensure that they are. We are asking you to make that request on their behalf. Thank you for your time today.
Hey, thank you for that. I'm pleased we could address it.
Yeah.
So we're all on the same page. So just to be clear, yeah, the real sticking point for you is ensuring there is community feedback in this process.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. No, really useful. Tyrone.
I think you've just clarified the point. I'll ask the question again, though, probably in a different way. But broadly speaking, the board, from what I'm getting, the board is supportive of the proposal as it stands. The key is about the community engagement. So you're not advocating, for example, for an ocean outfall or anything like that. Yep.
No. Do you have something you'd like to say?
I don't think the community board's in a position to become a third party in technical assessment of this programme. There's a lot of effort has been put in. This committee has decided, and the council has decided to go to fast track. In the light of that, we feel that the community deserves to be heard in that process because they have invested and created a large amount of knowledge about this project.
Yeah, I mean, in many respects, it's the quickest way to give certainty to a community one way or another.
Yes.
Provided you can get some community input along the way. If fast track panel come back, which again is arm's length from the actual politicians, and say no, then we have another problem on our hands. But we can debate that later today. I just wondered, have you got? And I appreciate your point, Nigel, about not being technical experts. One of the things, and we're going to do just so everyone's aware, CCHL are going to come up next and do their SOI. Then we're going to take a break because there's some questions around Akaroa that we just need to delve into. Do you have a view on the outfall pipe? So one of the things we talked about when we agreed to this 8 weeks ago was exploring the backflow or the resilience of that pipe being a bit longer, which there seemed to be general consensus from the community groups and Runanga for. It doesn't appear reflected, I don't think, as far as we should have today in this report. And I just wondered if you had a view on that before we asked the council staff.
I would be hesitant to say, other than we need a voice.
So are you referring to the outfall at Children's Bay?
Yeah, yeah.
So on reading the papers, it seems that there is a recommendation to extend that somewhat, and how far it's extended appears to be a cost relationship. And the reasoning for extending that you've given is to provide reassurance to the community, and therefore a decision have to be made as to what cost the council will stand to provide reassurance. You have heard today from previous presenters that there are concerns that the extension might not be materially different. I don't think that either of us, at least, can say whether that's the case or not. But it does seem the reasoning is around the technology of trenching and putting in the pipe gets more expensive when you get beyond the 500 metres. That's a choice for you to make around how much the council is prepared to stand. I can hear from what I've heard today, the community would obviously like it to be substantially longer
a bit more
out of the shallow
resilience in the
water.
pipe. Yeah. Okay, really good. Thank you. Yanni, do you have a question?
Yeah, it's the same one as I've asked the previous deputations, but do you have any feedback on the proposal that we were presented with earlier today?
No, I don't.
I don't think I fully grasped that. I did get the impression that the plan was to pass water through subsoil and sand and then put it into the bay. I'm not sure that doesn't sound too interesting to me.
I've got Aaron.
What about a concept of a long, because there's been a number of, throughout this process, there's been a number of other ideas that have been put up, and with some very expert opinions. What about the concept of, parallel to this, having a working group with a couple of elected members on it and some community members that look at those in more depth and either dismiss them for scientific reasons or potentially progress them further? Do you think that would have merit in that community, given how many seem to be upset?
I'd be hard pressed to say how much progress you could make on that. It's a very difficult issue. Listening carefully to the people in the community who have already examined this in detail is the most important thing.
I would agree with that, and I'd say there's various tools that you can use to do that. Yeah.
So you're saying yes or no to a working group in parallel?
Well, I don't think it could be...
Because if the minister comes back and says no, like Sam says, we've got another problem, but then if there's been a parallel work stream, there may be solutions in that.
I think that, I don't disagree. I think the only thing would be, it probably couldn't be in parallel. It would either be, we do that piece of work, then go to fast, because the fast track does cost as well.
Okay.
But maybe if you framed it like that, which is, Aaron, I think what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you're saying, are we better to not jump to this today, but potentially create a little group to look at some further options? Is that what you'd be just to clarify it now? So. Yeah,
given some of the people that have been involved in coming up with a number of the alternate solutions, it would be remiss of the council to not be at least looking at those and dismissing them or progressing them. But and there is a clear threat of legal action, and we have to take that seriously at times. And we may get something from legal today to say that no, we can't ignore those threats at this point, we're good, or you should take them very seriously. And I think in the questions coming up, it would be good to have those views, because it's not Aaron Kewen sitting there on the back of an envelope writing down ideas and going, oh, this will work. These are some serious players that have come up with some solutions, and I think we should give them oxygen.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. Give it oxygen, cross that bridge, and then figure out what tool works best from there. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Cool. I've got the mayor, and then we'll move on.
Thanks, Lynn and Nigel, for coming in. Just sort of reading between the lines, the 300-metre pipe into Children's Bay is not a happy lot. So it's really just when we could go to 500, but there'd be a lot more, I don't want to put words in your mouth, there'd be a lot more community comfort if we actually bit the bullet and went to 2.7 kilometres. And that would, if there is a disaster one day up on the hill, for whatever reason, at least when it goes to the harbour, it won't be just squirting out at either treated, untreated, whatever it is. It won't be just at 500 metres, it'll be out to the 2.7, which the other groups are sort of looking at as an option. Would that give them a bit of sort of happiness?
Quite technical.
I'm sorry, I really can't get technically involved in this. I don't know how deep the harbour is that far out. It has been claimed and said that if that far out there will be more current. That may be the case. These are good questions to ask the officials who will have more information.
Yep. But I'm just looking at it from the community point of view. Yeah. Like, I know exactly where it's coming out in Children's Bay, where it's presumed. If it went out to 2.7, which is on that plan, it's on page 32 if you want to look at it, how far out it is, it's a long way out. But at least if something went terribly wrong, for whatever, with power cuts, you name it, whatever it happens, at least it's out there rather than where everyone plays. But I'll ask that question.
Yep.
Yes, good idea.
That may improve the perception of that outfall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Sam.
Great, thank you. Okay, hey, thank you both for coming in, and really always good to get your views. Okay, so that's all our public forum and deputations completed. We haven't got any petitions, don't think. No petitions, not today. Items. So now what we'll do is we'll go. Brian, do you want to come up? How do you want to do this? Payment will be presenting it. This is item 8 around the SOI for 26-27. Brian, and that coming to
answer questions.
Oh, so you're here to answer questions as well if needed. Is that how we're doing it? So that's always the worry. So you guys tell me how you. If we get payment to come up and present, and then let's deal with questions after that, perhaps. And if the team can answer them, that'd be great. And just noting Mel's.
Good morning, councillors. So this agenda item is the final ratification of SOI from CCHL. So as the paper highlights, the CCHL did consider the feedback provided by this committee in its April in finalising the SOI. So there were a couple of matters highlighted in that meeting, and the CCHL board decided not to fully reflect in there as expected by the council feedback. So that one was the remuneration of the directors. They provided the reason why they were unable to do as the council expected them to do. And the other one was around greenhouse gas emission, which they explained their approach to making sure that the council objective is achieved through the SI.
Great, thank you. So I've got questions now. I thank you, Payman, for that. And I don't know, everyone may not have met Payman. We meet Payman because we see him every week in finance, Jake. But he's our new group financial controller. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Mr.
welcome along. Right. So we've got now. I'm just wondering, are the questions for Brian or are they for Payman? I suspect they're for Brian. Okay. All right. Cool. So let's go Nathaniel first.
Yeah, I just wanted to address some of the concerns that were raised in the deputation around not really so much about what's in CCHL's statement of intent, but more about our advice that we received back on the 22nd, because I think that was one of the big issues that they had. So there were a few things. So where do I start? So we talk in our letter of expectation about maintaining a commitment to a directly employed workforce at LPC. And that isn't included in the statement of intent. But it's also not noted by us as in the table that we were provided in April. It wasn't clearly noted that that was omitted. I was wondering if there was a reason for that, or
we've called in Beat as well.
Cool.
Just to give you, the team will be able to tag team it.
Great.
I guess it just goes to the process around constructing the SOI, and it's not necessarily a verbatim copy and paste of the letter of expectation itself and saying I will. There's absolutely a requirement, irrespective of what our SOI says, the LOE is still a standing document in respect is the interests of the owner, and there's a requirement under the Local Government Act for us to act in the interests of our owner. So I wouldn't take an omission to mean from a verbatim copy and paste of council's letter of expectation to CCHL to mean that it is a disregarded thing. It's absolutely regarded.
I guess I understand that, you know, not everything is included. I guess my question was really more for our staff, because about why that wasn't made.
Bede was looking
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, when we do review it, we look to make sure that the what is set out in the expectation in some form is reflected in the SOI. And if you look at the SOI, they do acknowledge that they have been conscious of that, of the expectations. It references intergenerational ownership and so on. But the SOI in itself is a strategic document that sets the direction. And so because of the strategic nature, it doesn't detail every tactical or transactional arrangement that will be undertaken. But in actual fact, the two act in an interlocking way. They don't have to, it isn't required for the LOE to be given effect that every single point is specifically addressed, but it is addressed at a high level in terms of the intergenerational ownership, and that they're managing it and the assets in accordance with what is set out in the letter of expectation. And that's to ensure it maintains that strategic view and long-term approach.
Right. So going forward, I guess the assurance to us is that we can treat both the statement of intent and the letter of expectation as sort of accountability documents, right? That one doesn't replace the other, as it were.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is absolutely correct, and we would not expect to see CCHL act in any way inconsistent with what is in the LOE, the letter of expectation.
And then I just have a maybe slightly broader question. This might be for you, Matt, I'm not sure. But so on two of the issues that have been raised, which is the, us going through a process and doing due diligence on the Tōnui proposal, and also on the reasons given for not going forward with some of the letter of expectation requests around pay. Would I be right in saying that the underlying reason on both of those is a view of the directors that they would be in breach of their obligations under the Companies Act if they were to, because acting in that way to the latter perhaps wouldn't be in the best interest of CCHL? Is that the sort of the broad strokes reason for that difference?
So the question regarding the Tōnui partnership and us giving consideration to that, is that that's just ordinary course of business for CCHL. We've received interest. It's not unusual for us to receive interest in partnering or working with us or acquiring interest or operating lease in the assets of CCHL. There's an obligation on us to consider anything that comes across our desk such as that and give it due consideration. That's really, and there's a director's obligation there to consider that.
Can you turn your mic on?
Sorry, yeah, and similarly on the issue of pay, it was ultimately the view was that there was an obligation as directors to take a certain course on that. Is that right? Sorry.
There's a range of obligations in relation to the request that you made of CCHL to consider a pay freeze. So yes, the Companies Act and the directors' obligations and duties to act in the best interests of the company is one aspect of that. But there's also the local government and good employer requirements, and the Employment Relations Act and the good faith and contractual commitments that sit around that. So it's broader than just the Companies Act and the requirement for directors to act in the best interests of the company as set out in the letter.
Thanks, that's all from me.
Great. Pauline? And who
Thank
else
you.
has got questions?
Thank you. There's probably a question for Brian, I think. So the big issue that we're facing today with our people coming in with the unions and their concern is that if there was a proposal to lease the port, that it would be required to be consulted on. Now, we've got the the triggers for materiality and significance, which would determine that. So would a proposal to lease support trigger both of those and then cause LPC board to request CCHL to request council to consult on that?
That might be a question for BEAD around. It might be a question for BEAD around the Local Government Act as opposed
Well,
to.
because it is in the SOI that you know, significance will trigger consultation. So what we want to know is, would a leasing proposal trigger that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. I think what might be helpful here is if I could outline the process, and Brian may be able to speak to part of that process. So the first part of the process would be for for CCHL to bring back to council, because I understand that you've undertaken to bring back and advise council. And so it would depend on what that advice is. But any point beyond that, whether we consult or not, is a council decision, not a CCHL decision, would be how I would characterise that.
Yeah,
sorry, the SOI states that it's a decision of the LPC directors whether it's significant or not. Am I right there?
Well, I've made quite clear to council and provided numerous reassurances, both to council and publicly, that CCHL, it's prudent that CCHL give due consideration to the unsolicited proposal that we've received. We have obligations to do that as directors. We also think it's appropriate to do that given the considerable time and energy that the Tainui partnership has put in to giving consideration to the future of the port, which is important to our community. So we will give due consideration to that proposal, and I've reassured council that once CCHL's done that, we will then come back to council and we'll share that understanding with council, and that we will be aligned with and work together with council as if we were one table in making a final decision around whether to proceed to investigate that further or whether to decline it.
Okay, well I think that would give some comfort to our submitters today that there is a due process that would have to be gone through, and it's not a decision entirely for LPC.
Well,
Thank you.
I understand that. We have made these public comments previously, and it doesn't seem to be providing the comfort to your submitters.
Well, I think drawing it out today is probably going to help. I mean, you've said it publicly 2 or 3 times now, and again today, so I think that's really helpful.
Yes,
Thank you.
and we've reassured council that we will not let you down on this. We will be hand in hand on any decisions that need to be made in relation to this proposal that we've received.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a shame that it's been so publicly talked about in many senses, because this is just the course of business that you do, knowing that from day one you expressed so upfrontly the fact that you're going to work hand in glove with council. So I think you're right, Pauline, it's good to draw it out again, but there's only so much drawing out we can do, and that we have structures set up in place for this reason, so that you look at them due diligently and then come back to us with the appropriate course of action. So you're doing exactly what we've asked, and we thank you for being so transparent about this with everyone. So
it is business as usual for us, but it is business as usual for CCHL, but we do appreciate the anxiety around it, and particularly for the LPC staff.
Yeah.
So we're working through it as quickly as we can, and we expect to bring it to a conclusion reasonably soon.
Yeah, great, cool. Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Just specifically in regards to the statement of intent, and I appreciate the response, the detailed response you put in around the remuneration and the chief executive remuneration request. I'm trying to balance with what's in that response with the Miriam Dean review into Auckland CCOs, which explicitly stated that councils could develop a remuneration policy across council group, including looking at things around chief executive remuneration and around collective bargaining. So it just seems there's quite a difference in what we're getting from you versus what the independent review of Auckland CCOs highlighted. So I'm just trying to understand why we are not able as a group to set remuneration policies across our council companies, and why we are not able to have policies and collaboration around collective bargaining when we've got a QC who did an CCO review saying that we could.
Yanni.
Or that they could.
The CCHL response to the on the executive remuneration matter reflects the structures that we operate within in Christchurch. So these are the structures that Council has set up with CCHL as a holding company and the 6 subsidiary companies. I'm not familiar with the Auckland situation, and I'm not familiar with the advice that you're referring to.
I'll circulate that around. So just in regards to the specific 27 priorities, I guess just a little bit of nervousness around, and I don't know, this is probably more a question for council staff, but the issue in our letter of expectation where we highlighted request that CCHL, as part of its statement of intent, acknowledge the subsidiaries are owned either wholly or by majority city council, and so the question is around the letter of expectation request around the statement of intent. How is that reflected in this final statement of intent? There isn't much analysis in the council report around how that's been picked up in the statement of intent. And when I look at the statement of intent for the priorities for 2027, it seems to indicate that work will be underway for looking at proposals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bede, is there anything you can add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is the enduring statement of expectations, which I think, and I haven't got that with me, but it does reference the ownership structure. I do think, though, that the SOI is clear that it is the assets are being managed for intergenerational equity, intergenerationally, and that the CCHL has a responsible ownership framework which it adheres to in terms of. So a number of those issues you raise, through you, Chair, the number of issues you raise, Councillor, are addressed, I think, through those broader statements set out in the statement of intent.
Okay.
So how do we align the request for public ownership to be retained with the priorities that are put in the statement of intent that talk about looking at exploring portfolio opportunities, options, risks to develop recommendations to council with respect to portfolio composition? How does that align with what we've put in the letter of expectation?
That comment there is entirely a reflection of everything that council has asked us to do over a number of years. If there are good ideas, bring them to the council table. So I don't think it's inconsistent with the concept of public ownership and continued public ownership of these assets. But if there are good ideas, that's not meant to be I think you're interpreting that as a disposal or something. This goes every which way. We're open to new ideas at CCHL, and we've seen successful investments.
The way I interpret that was it's predicated on the fact that we want this to be an intergenerational company. So it's going what makes sense and what doesn't, and bring us the risks and opportunities, which you would expect to do. So we'll probably leave that there.
Okay.
Yanni, have you got one more, and then we do need to move on?
Yeah, just one more related to LPC. So in the statement of intent, I'm just concerned, I've raised this previously, that
question.
So the question is around your targets. So on page 18, you've got strong employee engagement and culture, which is good, but the target is just monitoring rather than working towards improving relationships. So we heard this morning that the industrial relations are, classified as poor. We've seen that over a number of years.
Yanni.
So the question is,
so
in
just
statement
a
of
question,
intent,
or else we'll move on.
What have you put in there to strengthen those industrial relations rather than just to monitor them?
I'd encourage you to review the Littleton Port Company statement of intent. I think there's 13 people-related measures, people and safety-related measures, with targets and improvements in those targets over time expected. So you'd see a lot of those specific targets on the individual company statements of intent, which are on our website.
So you don't think there's anything that CCHL should have in its statement of intent that would work like it's got with things like reducing the gender pay gap? You wouldn't have something that says improve industrial relations. You just monitor it.
No, we don't have a consistent measure for that across the group, and I think it'd be very difficult to sort of actually put a quantitative measure around that. But again, I refer you to the individual subsidiaries who have their own relevant metrics in respect of people.
Okay,
matters.
so it's been asked and answered. Right, so we're there. I think the Mayor's happy to move this. I'm happy to second it. Is there any discussion?
Register. The questions that were raised of council staff, have we had a response to those?
Which questions?
From yesterday?
I don't know. I wasn't.
Okay. Jake or
they'll come back to you. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sure we got a record of them, Jake. Thank you. So, any discussion? All Nathaniel? Or hopefully we can just vote. We're just receiving a statement. Yep.
Yeah, I think a couple of the issues that have been raised lately, I think do raise some structural issues about the way that these organisations function, not in terms of the decisions that are being made by the directors, which, as we've heard, are consistent with their obligations, but in terms of what we actually enable them to consider in the constitution of the of CCHL. I think there is an ability for us to alter the constitution in such a way that says if there are key issues there's a clear interest from the ratepayers of the city to act in a certain way, that we can act in that way even if it is judged to be against the best interests of one of the individual companies or the group as a whole. So without getting into individual decisions and judgments by directors, I think there is more that we can do to make sure that the views of our residents and our ratepayers on some of these key political issues and political decisions are actually being reflected in the decisions made by the companies, and that those decisions aren't hemmed in by the Companies Act to the degree that they are currently. So it's something I think we really do need to look at, and that's something I'll be looking at in the coming weeks. And I think it is important that our ratepayers' views are fully taken into account and that it's enabled in the structure of these organisations. Thanks.
So we are going to debate this. I think that's actually a really good point you've made, Nathaniel, in terms of taking ratepayers' views into account. And if I think back to not this term of council but last term, there was a proposal put forward by CCHL, which was then voted down by the council of the day to not take ratepayers' views into account. So I actually am fully aligned with you that if things come through from CCHL, we should take them to the public as opposed to making judgment calls as a council. I think, in fact, the legislation probably requires us to. So I think we're actually quite aligned on that, and I'm happy to work with you to ensure we can do that going forward, because that is literally how these things should do. We shouldn't dictate them from this table. We should hear from the people, and I think we're fully aligned on that, which is fantastic. Pauline?
I was just going to say something similar, but also just to thank the board as chair for coming in and being very open with us. I think from that Northington report, it was one of the recommendations that we have clear oversight and a good, strong working relationship, and I think that's really coming to the fore. And I think we're building that trust, and hopefully we are building more trust with the community, particularly around your comments just then and yours, Nathaniel. So I just want to thank you for that. Cheers.
Great. We'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Great. Abstain. Oh, and Nathaniel's abstained, if we just note that. Okay, so it's 11. Well, should we do the 15-minute break? Then do we want to do... We've got a heap of our teams here. Do we want to... Can I just ask the final statements of intent, does anyone have questions on them? Because if not, we'll just put them through now. and then everyone can get back to work. Okay, Yanni.
Just had one question around the screen grant for CNZ.
Okay, can we deal with that now? Because I think we'll take everything else as read. We got one question on that, and then we'll break, and then we can come back and do Akara. So, do you guys want to come up, Ali? Laura, thanks. And we'll just note the conflicts on the different various ones. Okay, what's your question, Yanni? And then we'll
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I just can't remember exactly where I saw it. Oh, it's just 4.9. So on page 107, there was talk around CNZ has 68,000 budget towards a screen grant. The board is considering other options for additional screen grant funding in 26-27. And then it goes on to talk about the 27 plan. So I appreciate that there'll be some decisions made as part of the LTP. I was just keen to understand if there had been any update for this year, upcoming, like the 26-27 year, around additional funding going towards that screen grant.
Thanks, Yanni. So the 68 is a carryover from this year's, the 25-26 screen grant. As you know, there are some private sector people who have offered to potentially match some funding or put some funding in if we can find it. We need to have a conversation with council about where screen grant sits as a priority, and we'd like to have that conversation before we look at it. But the board is actively considering whether or not we should dip into our reserves to fund a small screen grant this year in order to be able to unlock that third-party funding. But we'd like to have the conversation with you first in a PX workshop coming up.
Is that scheduled? Yeah, so I was just going to ask the timing around that. So that's
so
in
we
the near
met
future,
with,
is it?
yeah.
Okay,
So I think that's in play.
Yeah, and there is a resolution on the council's end around screen grant about getting some funding from our end as well. So again, it needs to be just done privately, doesn't it? So great. Mel, have you got a question? Is it CNZ question or a no? Cool. I think you're good. Who's the question for?
Civic building.
Oh, Victoria. Perfect.
Yeah, I think the agenda's still loading. It just it said about not including about building greenhouse gas emissions and sustainability or something into at the moment. So what's the plan for when it would be included?
It'll definitely. Or do you want me to? It'll definitely be reinstated. It was just basically to make the priority this year, just to fix the building, because it's like we met about it this morning and it's still a problem. So the view was make that the focus for this year, and then when we get back to BAU, then look at that. Yeah.
So is there a commitment to do it from next year, or
it'll just come through in the next, like the next LOE SOI. Like it's sitting as an action to do it. It's just trying to keep the whole team focused on fixing the building. Yeah, because it's still dragging on. It's definitely sitting on the director's books as an action, so it won't be missed. Cool. We're all good. So we'll just note all the conflicts and stuff, and if we move them, so we'll receive them all. I'm happy to. Tim's happy to move them. Nathaniel's happy to second them. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Great. Thank you, CNZ and VO for coming in. So let's have a break. Break now till 20 past, and then we're going to do Akara. Thank you. So, welcome back, everyone. This is item 7, the Akara Wastewater Scheme. And I'll hand over to Gavin. Are you going to start this?
Good morning, everyone. So this, the report for the Akara Fast Track Approvals Act referral application, we've prepared a short presentation to address some of the report topics. That's broken into two parts. One is around costs, and the other is around options, particularly on the conveyance of the road corridor or harbour, outfall pipeline, and the FTAA process. I'll hand over to Kylie to kick off.
All right, good morning. So, just to recap what Gavin said there, we'll run through an update on the cost estimates, briefly discuss the cost peer reviews, give an update on the cost comparison with ocean outfall in response to the earlier deputations, and then we'll look at the options of a road corridor, harbour corridor for conveyance, the outfall pipe length, and Brent will be talking a bit about the FTAA process and whether to ask the Minister to seek written comments from the community. So, unfortunately, there's no substantial change or further significant savings from the April cost report. Very much whenever we find a saving, we get hit with the latest round of construction inflation. So there's no substantial move there. Modelling refinement means that we're looking at 14,000 cube of storage rather than 16. So that continues to just reduce the cost and make inroads. Storage exceedances, which cause the overflows of treated wastewater to the harbour, still less than 1% as per the 1% of days as per the April resolution. And our geotechnical works finished to confirm moving the treatment plant to the hay paddock. So there's no roadblocks or issues there that will prevent that. So we've banked that saving as well from reduced foundations, retaining walls and whatnot. There's some minor additional savings from realigning the site access road. It was proposed to come off Robinson's Bay Road and moving it to higher up Sawmill Road above the existing gate. That'll save money, and we're also looking at finding ways to keep construction excavation material on the sites. So rather than trucking it out of the harbour to a quarry, encapsulate it and landscape it and keep it where we found it. In April, the committee asked us to seek peer reviews of costs for the scheme. So we've done that. We've used 3 independent agents to do that. One peer review and the other 2. And we have Becca doing marine work and Alta doing the terrestrial work. All of them had very close figures. They're all within about 2% of each other. There's a few differences in how they've added things up, but they're pretty minor. Those costs, though, are for the construction cost. The QSs do have different advice on how much contingency to hold, and staff have taken the more conservative numbers to use those. So into the sharp end. So in response to the deputations from Mr. McLean and Mr. Robinson, we can reaffirm that costing of a 17-kilometre ocean outfall pipe was appropriate. They raised questions around what was perceived as a double dip on investigation costs, and that was in part because the first investigation is an in-depth marine investigation by the contractor, and then you do design. So in the spreadsheet it appears twice, but they're different activities. There was a double accounting error in some of the line items, which have been corrected. And we still stand by the marine works being a 15% contingency. Terrestrial works currently sit at 34%, and that reflects that the terrestrial works are much more advanced in investigations and design. The reasons why ocean outfall was not shortlisted remain unchanged, and the key points are outlined in the staff report in item 4.23. Those haven't changed. The 2.7 kilometre harbour outfall remains substantially cheaper. That's why it's shortlisted. So, the conveyance of road corridor or marine routes. This is one of the items we were going to seek a resolution as to which way to go. We ran a number of combinations around different outfall lengths, different treated water and untreated wastewater links through the harbour, and came up with a whole bunch of costs for all these different combinations. And that was quite important because there's a big overhead component of mobilising the marine equipment, the barges, shipping or towing the water pipes from Littleton round to Akaroa. We'd pre-weld them in Littleton and then drag them with a tug to Akaroa Harbour in very long strings. So those costs are somewhat fixed, and then you're sort of paying material and trenching costs for the individuals. So you'll see the costs are lumped together, and it's quite hard to unpick individual line items. The short answer is that the road route is still substantially cheaper than the marine route. It is more disruptive. The NZTA data is around 2,000 journeys a day on that road, and that's the annual average, so it will be higher in summer and lower in winter. We don't have the breakdown, I'm sorry, so just work on the 2,000 average. And for 3/4 of a year, we'd be constructing the pipe through that road route. Not all of it in the road. There'll be paper roads, there'll be berms, there'll be grassed areas, but construction in that area will take 200 odd days. And that would also need to be staged to make sure works aren't happening in the dead of winter when we can't reseal the road, or the height of summer when all the tourists are in town and we don't want to disrupt that. So it's going to be prolonged over multiple construction seasons. But the cost difference remains that it's 23.4 to 27.4 million, depending on a number of permutations, but it's a substantial cost to go via the road, via the harbour, and that's why staff are proposing to go via the road. So the second part is looking at the length of our outfall pipe from Children's Bay. And can we bring up that slide of the map, please? Just so this is attached to the staff report. Let's bring it up here, it's quite helpful to see. So we looked at several lengths of that green outfall pipe into Children's Bay, and you'll see there's four markers along the pipe. There's a 300 metre marker, a 500 metre marker, a 1,000 metre marker, and a 2,700 metre marker. So it gives you a bit of context of how long, how far we're looking at here. The table in the presentation, if we can go back to the presentation, please. Thank you. Just corresponds to those markers at 300, 500, 1,000, 2,700. Obviously, the cost escalates the longer the pipe, but costs leap when you hit the 1,000 metre mark, and that's because it's getting into deeper water, and we have to switch construction methodology to a deep water barge and not shallow operations. So we have to mobilise a bigger machine for that. Staff had proposed in the staff report 500 metres may be a cost-effective point, but this is a matter for the table today, Mr. Chair. Great.
Thanks, Scotty. I've just got two brief slides about the FTAA process. So the topic here is whether the council makes a request of the minister that the minister direct the panel to invite written comments from community groups generally or the whole of the community. Now, the minister has the power to do that. That's the bottom line of this slide. The power comes up a couple of times during in this legislation. So the first one is when the minister's considering the application by the council to be accepted into the fast track process. Well, that's called the referral application. So when the minister's considering the referral application, the minister has the discretion to invite comments from any person. Now, no one's suggesting that that power be exercised in this case, so we can move on from that pretty quickly. The minister's never used that power to invite comments from the community. The second point in the legislation where this sort of discretion arises is if the minister accepts the application to be processed through the fast track process, the minister then says a panel has to process it. And the minister's got power under the Act to direct the panel on who the panel has to invite written comments from. So that's the power that we're talking about in this report. Should we ask the minister to exercise that power? Looking at previous fast track applications, the minister doesn't use that power very often. I think I saw 5 or 6 cases where the minister's used that power, but hey, it's there. The next point is that even if the minister doesn't do that, the panel, once it gets to the panel, has a power under the Act to invite written comments from any person the panel thinks appropriate. So the panel's got that power anyway, even if the minister doesn't direct it. And looking at previous examples, panels have often used that power to invite comments from community groups. So that's not particularly rare. Never for the community as a whole, so that would be a little bit more rare. Last point about the legal framework is that the Act says that the panel must invite written comments from adjacent owners and occupiers. And when you think about how big this wastewater scheme is, we've done some number crunching, looking at titles and properties and that sort of thing. We estimate that there's over 200 adjacent owners and occupiers, and they must all be invited to put in written comments, regardless of whether the minister directs the panel to invite them from the community as a whole. And those 200 people, those 200 adjacent owners and occupiers, they can pull in whatever expertise they want when they're putting in their written comments. Okay, so that's the law. The staff recommendation in the report, there's no recommendation to ask the minister to seek community views on whether to accept the proposal into the fast track process. And staff, even though there was a recommendation in the report, it was fairly finely balanced. Staff don't have strong views on asking the minister to direct the expert panel to invite written comments from the community. There will be an impact on costs and possibly on delays, but with the amount of money the council's spending on this already, that's not significant. If written comments are invited from the community as a whole, as I say they're not significant. There are already, again, as I said, about 200 adjacent individuals or community groups who will be making written comments if they want to. So opening that up to the community might not make that much difference in terms of costs and delays. So that's the end of the sort of staff discussion of that. I'll just make a couple of points about the deputations this morning, and a couple of them, certainly not everything that was raised in the deputations. First one is that the council and this committee have already decided on its preferred option, being irrigation to land with occasional discharge of storage exceedances to the harbour. So that was decided back in April, and that's what we're working on. what was then decided back in, when was it, June, I think? Was it June? No, late May. Late May. What was decided was to seek to use the fast track process. So that's already been decided. We're not revisiting that today. This report is just about a couple of matters of detail about the application. One is about whether the costs are roughly the same as what they were estimated back in April. Another one is about 3 options over what goes into the application. So it's not about whether we're lodging the application, it's not about whether irrigation to land with occasional discharge to harbour is a good idea, you've already decided that. It's just which one of those 3 options you prefer. And again, staff have no strong views on this last one about making that request of the Minister. You've heard from Kylie that staff have no strong views from an operational perspective about the length of the pipe. It's a matter of costs, basically. And the first one we were talking about was the road or marine option for conveyance. And that's very definitely a cost decision for you governors to make, being a roughly $27 million difference between using a road and using the harbour. There were some comments made today by one of the deputations about some legal matters, so I'll respond to that briefly. The issue that Mr. Robinson was raising was something that was talked about in the April report. It was covered off by staff in the April report. And it's about whether it's appropriate when a water services provider makes a decision on preferred options for providing services, whether it's appropriate to take into account tikanga and impacts on mana whenua. Because the council decision and the staff report said it is appropriate to take that into account. And you did take that into account when you made the April decision. The point that Mr. Robinson is making is that he doesn't think that's right. He doesn't think Section 254 of the Local Government Water Services Act 2025 enables you to take into account objectives other than money. That's the gist of it. The council position on this, as I said, was expressed in the April report, and the council does have good legal advice on this, and I'll be perfectly happy to talk to you about that in a separate environment because it's not appropriate to do that in a public meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We've got a heap of questions, and I've got Victoria first, then Yanni, then Tyrone, and Mark. And Nathaniel, do you have? No. Cool. Vic.
Thank you. Just a really brief question in relation to the road corridor conveyance. The reference was that some of the construction would be on paper roads and then public roads and other areas. I'm keen to understand, have you got any idea around how much is on paper road and how much is on the main road?
We'd have to come back to you with the exact numbers, but approximately 60% will be in the NZTA corridor, but not all of that on the seal. So there's still the grass berm in the corridor in many places, which...
Okay, so grass berm, but also you said paper roads. Are they in a completely different area, or I'm just trying to understand the extent of that and whether it's a measurable difference or not? I would have to come back to you with the exact number, sorry. Okay, it doesn't affect my decision making today, but I'd like to know that information. And then the other thing for me was, do you anticipate working on multiple work fronts at the same time on that piece of work, or is it just one area at a time?
That'll be down to the construction methodology, and is it better to have multiple stop-goes at a time on the road or just one? Is it better to have a longer piece of open ground or short? So we don't have a firm view one way or another other than what's the minimal disruption.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? We during procurement we would encourage a contractor to minimise their program.
Yanni?
Thank you, and thank you for the clarity around the legal advice. I was just keen to understand in terms of the ministerial powers, what the risk is that the minister, so my understanding is the minister can actually determine that the project is urgent and a priority project, and that means that the panel wouldn't need to be set up and established, and that the minister would just make the decision. So are you able just to talk through, give us any sense of what the risk is around that in terms of excluding the community or excluding an expert panel, even considering the application? And that's Section 38 of the Fast Track Approvals Act.
No, I can't, because I wasn't asked to address that in this report. I'll bring another report back to you, or memo or something similar if you want me to.
Right. But just in terms of our understanding of the fast track, once we hand it to the minister, we basically we cede basically control on who would be notified and who would be on the panel, or whether a panel would be set up. It basically becomes up to the minister to make that determination.
No, not up to the minister. So if we go back to the slide I showed you a moment ago, Councillor, can we bring those slides up again? Okay, so there's 4 points in the process at which this decision is being made. First point in the process is when the minister's considering the referral application. Second point in the process is the minister directing the panel on seeking written comments from more people than the legislation requires the panel to seek written comments from. Third point is when the panel is considering whether to exercise a power to invite comments from more than the mandatory parties, whether to exercise that power, so the panel can do that. And the fourth point there is simply a note that the legislation already requires, this is mandatory, must invite written comments from adjacent owners and occupiers, and that's already a fairly large part of the community anyway.
Okay, so effectively, if the minister puts it to the panel, there's 2 steps where the community may have input.
Yep.
One will be a minister decision to seek written comment, or it may be the panel requirement for people adjacent and more.
Well, it will be a panel requirement for people adjacent.
Yep.
That's mandatory. That has to happen.
Yeah.
So that has to happen. It can go wider than that if the minister directs it or if the panel chooses.
Thank you. And is there any comment on the deputation with the innovative proposal? Like, for those of us who are not engineers, I mean, it seemed cost effective and seemed, really an interesting and innovative idea that should be considered in some form. Is there any advice we can get around that proposal?
Yeah, so there were 2 parts in the proposal perhaps to respond to. The first was, should we split Devotial off and irrigate Devotial somewhere in the area? That's been looked at substantially in the past, and the staff recommendation was to combine the schemes as the most cost-effective way to deliver it, and that's been previously decided, so that's the first part. The second part is it appropriate to do a fast infiltration system in Akaroa, which would go on the ground in Jubilee Park and then straight out into the harbour. We've looked at fast infiltration and options previously and discounted that one because it doesn't meet the mana whenua objective of treatment through the land. It's straight out.
I've got Tyrone, I've got you, Tyler, I've got the Mayor, Mel,
Okay.
and Mark as well.
Thanks, Sam. I'll start with a nice easy one. So just in terms of the significance described in the staff rec, medium significance, high significance, that's been just raised as to why how those kind of classifications come about. Can you just explain to the gallery and to the world just how we arrive at that medium and what the implications of those sort of classifications are?
Council has a policy on, or guidance on, how to rate medium, major, minor for that impact, and to be considered major, it's a citywide effect, it's nationally relevant, perhaps it's in the media and throughout the country for a prolonged period, and it's high risk to council in those and other regards. In running through the assessment, this decision making fit in the medium category. Now that doesn't diminish the consideration I'm sure that the table will have today.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And just going on the sort of the marine versus road thing. So, we implemented a scheme in Littleton Harbour where the pipes ran through the harbour rather than along the road. So that decision was taken as probably the most cost-effective route. What's different between Akaroa and Littleton Harbour in that regard?
The quick answer is it's a lot longer from driving from Diamond Harbour around to Littleton than it is driving from.
But not from Governor's Bay to Littleton, though. That's equivalent to devotionals to Akaroa.
The project was before my time, but I'd say, they've already deployed the resources for putting the pipe from Diamond Harbour over to Littleton. So potentially, as part of the decision, was to then also include Governor's Bay.
Right. Okay. But anyway, you've stated that road's cheaper, so that's I'm comfortable with that. So just in terms of, you said you were we've asked you to go away and look at the 300 metre, and you've come back with a recommendation for 500 metre outfall, but I understand that you're agnostic on 500. But it's obviously up to us to give you a steer on that. So beyond 1 kilometre, the cost goes up quite significantly. If we were to agree to 1 kilometre pipe, what is it possible to look at that in the future to see if that's sufficient, and to review that and maybe deploy a 2.7 kilometre pipe? I'm just asking the question. I'm not. I just want to tease these things out.
Yeah. Look, if for whatever reason in the future a decision.
.7 kilometres, just besides cost, what would be the impact on the environmental health of the harbour?
We'd have to seek advice on that.
Right. So it's unknown at this point in time. Can I just clarify then why 2.7? Is it just simply because 2.7 gets you to the middle of the harbour, and therefore it's a perception that it's a little bit further out, a bit deeper? Tidal flows, all of that.
2.7 originated back in the 2015 consent, when that was the distance to the deep water channel.
Right.
And the furthest you'd kind of go in any conceivable.
Right. Okay. Can I? Yep. No, that's cool. No, that's fine. You've answered that. So, just with the current scheme, in terms of overflow discharges to Children's Bay, can you describe for me under what circumstances they would occur, and if possible, this might be a little bit too much, but the circumstances, sort of general volumes and balance between treated and untreated discharges into the harbour, if possible?
I'll do my best. So, in the existing state right now the network averages something like an overflow into Akaroa Harbour of untreated sewage every 6 months or thereabouts. And we can come back with the precise number. And that could be at any of the 3 existing overflows. One is in Children's Bay, one is at the fire station, and one in Glen Bay. And that could be for a blockage. Someone's dumped a bunch of wet wipes down the drain.
Don't put wet wipes in your toilet, people.
Please don't do that. Or it could be because the network's at capacity through heavy rain and flooding, and it just can't keep up with the water pouring in through various places. So that's now. Under the new scheme, the intent is to push that out to around a 1 in 5 year rainfall event where the system will hit its limit. So we go from a final capacity of 42 litres a second up to 86 litres a second. We effectively double the capacity of the town's wastewater pumping. Wet wipes, however, they will sabotage the system regardless of how we build it. So the blockages due to breakdowns and blockages remain unchanged. The frequency of raw overflows under the proposed scheme drops substantially.
Okay, thank you.
And the last part is the frequency of those overflows is close to on par with the proposed discharge of treated water. They're there or thereabouts. On the basis of it never seemed logical to make further headway on treated water discharges while we've got raw overflows due to network capacity. The staff view was always we'd be better putting our efforts into reducing raw overflows than treated discharges.
Okay, thank you. And just one more, if that's all right. So we know that irrigation levels are going to triple compared to the application lodged in 2023. So there are going to be controls around irrigating the soils, but can we have a bit more so obviously, you know, that they get wet and saturated. So can we have a bit more information on what those controls are going to be, given the increase in irrigation?
Yep. So first up, we're proposing to triple the daily limit, so the maximum we could put on one day. We are not proposing to do that every day. So the average application rate is substantially less than that summertime limit. It's about a third or a quarter. So most of the time there's 3 to 4 mils going on the land, not the peak of 9. We just want that 9 to be able to irrigate quickly when it's appropriate so that we can reduce the storage and reduce the scheme cost. What are the controls around irrigation? 2 parts of that. One will be consent conditions, and we'll be carrying on with previous proposed conditions that there is no irrigation when the ground is saturated, that there is no surface water pooling on the scheme. We've said we should not irrigate when that happens. In parallel to that will be operational controls, so procedures, processes, measuring soil moisture, staff checking the site, and the operators have to manage that irrigation scheme as they manage our wastewater networks and treatment every day.
And would that potentially lead to greater discharges into the harbour?
Under the current modelling, no. Okay. That's why the 14,000 cube of storage.
Right.
The frequency of discharges to harbour was determined by the committee when it's made its resolutions in April. The committee said that there shall be no more than 1% of the treated wastewater discharged to harbour.
Right, okay, thank you. And I'm just going to ask one more question because I'm dying to know the answer to this. We had a proposal for wastewater disposal onto the Akaroa sports field today. What are your thoughts on that?
Technically it works. It's just that it becomes a fast infiltration system. So the water goes on the land and it's straight out into harbour. And previously that was considered tokenism. It doesn't. The mana whenua view was the water doesn't stay in the ground long enough to receive treatment and transformation, it's zipping through.
Thanks, guys. I've got a couple of questions. When we do the road, I know it's at this stage 1.5 metres of cover, but when it's finished and we get up, if NZTA still told us that we've got to redo the whole road? Is that resurface the whole road? Is that still part of that's in these numbers? Okay, that's cool. And down the paper road, you said it may be 50-50, 60-40, whatever. The cost in going in the paper road would be vastly cheaper than doing in the... Have you got any idea of that difference, roughly?
I'd have to provide you the costings from the QS, and that has been looked at.
Yeah.
So the cost of going down council paper road or roads such as Old French Road, that's already built into the scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever possible, we've opted for berms and not the seal.
Mm. And apart from being cheaper, it's a damn sight quicker as well. Can you please put up that picture on page 32? Now, up where it's going at Robinson's Bay. If it rains like crazy and the rock sets in and the storage is full, it will go. It will go here. If everything's full and it's too wet and you can't do anything, the treated water will go there. Yes. Now, if the rock, and that's at 300 metres, if the rock really sets in, and for the 1% or whatever, and maybe it's more, that raw stuff, instead of going up there, will go into this pipe and be chucked out here or here. The untreated stuff, if there is a problem, if ever there is a problem, would just, it won't just go into the harbour just there, it'll go out to wherever the end of that pipe is.
As far as possible, there is a few hydraulic challenges where we'd have to pump the raw wastewater to compete against the water coming down the hill.
Yeah, that's right. It could end up filling it. It could do a mower point. Don't need that. So what I'm getting at is, I think that the perception, like if the overflow if raw sewage ever comes out here, even be it 1%, we are going to get shot, in my view. So I think, and so well, talk to Tyrone said, go to here. We're already here. Let's bite the bullet, put it out there, and that covers. The question is, I know it's a lot dearer to go there, but if we've got the gear there, it can't be. I know it's a cost, but it's not that much more because you're there.
It'll never be cheaper than doing it now.
Never be cheaper doing it now, but yeah. So what I'm getting at is, if the rock sets in and it comes down there, it's going to anyway. If it rains like crazy, and if Manawhena, where if people are happy or whatever, that treated, untreated, or whatever comes out at 300 or 500, let's bite the bullet, chuck it out to 2.7. And then there's no issue going forward. We've got one chance of doing this right. So that was not my question, but it'll do.
Very good. Mark. I've got you, Tyler, too, man.
Thank you. I was intrigued. You was talking about the sports field rapid irrigation, suggesting that it goes straight out to the harbour. But I'm sure I heard from the deputation that it was 14 days.
14 days at 450 cubic metres of water a day. If it's a wet day and an extreme day, it'll be 4,500 cube a day. So 1.4 days, and it's in the harbour.
Okay. Is there any way for yourself and the deputiser to get together and work this through? Because I'm just concerned that if we don't look at this alternate solution, that we missing an opportunity.
We've had a number of conversations to date, and do think Y Design have some good ideas on the Robinsons Bay irrigation site that could in future be applied, but we've always said we'd like consent conditions before we go too deep into that option.
And is there a way?
Sorry for interrupting there. Do I understand correctly, Kylie, that in the report that you wrote for the April committee meeting where you had a long list of options and a short list of options, the gist of this was considered in the long list?
Yes.
So it has already been considered by the committee and didn't make the short list and so it wasn't chosen.
Okay. Okay, to tease it out a little bit further, is there a way that Y Design or their solution might be able to help with the Robinsons Bay when it gets detailed design?
But yeah, potentially a detailed design, but that doesn't really change our mind at the moment that we need a consent condition to confirm this is where we're going before we go deep on that detailed design.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mark. I'm just going to go to Tyler, who's been waiting online.
Hey guys, sorry I couldn't come in. The first question I've got, and I missed just the end of the presentation there, but the point was on one of the slides around the ocean outfall, and can you talk to me or remind me a little bit more about how it doesn't improve ecological outcomes? I'm just trying to, I guess, piece together one, the environmental effects, and also the Ornuku, what Ornuku think. So in the report it says it doesn't improve ecological outcomes. Can you just remind me why?
So the 300 metre outfall option, all of them are intended to discharge once every 2.5 odd years, thereabouts. So our advice from the ecologist is one event for one or a couple of days once every 2.5 years during storm conditions or just after doesn't have a greater than minor ecological effect. So
okay,
kind of there's minimal effect on the environment as it is. Going longer doesn't carry a big change.
Cool, you're good.
And sorry about my son. What about Ornuku's view? Can you remind me what their preference would have been in regards to the ocean outfall?
I don't think it's probably not really relevant to what we're deciding today because we've already agreed on the plan. This is just whether we go to fast track, like Brent mentioned at the end, or whether we and to what extent we have the length of the pipe. I think is kind of where I've got to. So
yeah, I think I'm referring to point 4, which is the treated water discharge outfall harbour to be 500 rather than 300. But then there were, from what I'm reading in the report, there's 2 other options, which is 1,000 and 2.7, which Phil was talking about, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I was just taking into account what the I guess there's a community view obviously, and there's also a mana whenua view. There's some other things that are going outside of it, but that's fine. That's all the questions I've got. Thanks.
Cool. I've got Mel.
Thank you. Can you explain about the seagrass? Because I don't really understand the detail about it.
Yeah, I can't explain very much about the ecological detail, but I can explain the legal framework a little bit. So seagrass is identified in relevant documents as being at risk, nationally endangered. So, and it's something that the council recently dealt with. I was working for the council's application for the replacement of the Akaroa Wharf. And just using that as an example, it was a significant issue in that RMA process, not a fast track process, but an RMA process. It was a really significant issue that there were patches of seagrass that were going to be impacted by and destroyed by the wharf being done. During the construction. Even though seagrass comes and goes, you know, it might be destroyed and then it might come back. But it's a nationally endangered part of our ecosystem. And there's a provision in something called the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement that says anyone making decisions under the RMA has to try and avoid harming at-risk species. And avoid is a really high threshold. And so the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement carries weight, significant weight, through an RMA process. It will also be relevant in the fast track process. So the longer the pipe is, and this goes back to a question that came from, I think earlier, the longer the pipe is, I think it might touch more seagrass. I don't know for sure. But if it does, that's going to be relevant in this process. Now, we haven't highlighted that for the purposes of this report, and that's because seagrass is already going to be affected by putting a 300-metre pipe in, probably. So it's already going to be an issue. We're already going to have to deal with it in the fast track process. And the fast track process exists in order to facilitate applications that might have not got home under the RMA. That's why it's there. And so it's precisely because of this sort of issue that fast track is a good idea for some applications.
Right. Okay, well, with that in mind, can I move the recommendation as it stands?
The 300?
The
500?
500.
You can do it. You got someone to second that?
Yes.
Cool. Jake will. Okay, so we'll debate it later. Cool. So that's been moved and seconded. Oh, yeah, there's a list. So, yeah. Tim?
Just following on from the Mayor, so the difference between 1,000 metres and 2.7, to 2,700 is 5.6 million, is that correct?
It's a bit more. So
if you go from, say, the 500, then it,
eight,
yeah. So I'm just, yeah.
8.5, thank you, Gavin, is the difference between 1,000 and 2,700.
Okay.
If you're on the road corridor option.
No, I was just looking, so all I'm looking at is the outfall on Robinson's Bay, or the Children's Bay, is it? So the difference between the 1,000, so you've got the three options there, the 500 metre, which is 181.1 million, and then marine. So I'm looking at the marine. So if you go from the 1,000 metre outfall to the 2,700, the difference is 5.6.
Yes, on the marine, correct.
Yeah, on the marine, yeah. So if my colleagues fail at 500 metres, I'd like to put in for 2,700 for the outfall to 2,700.
Foreshadow 2.7?
Yeah. If I
was
can
just
have,
about to do that, so I'll second it.
well, do you want to do it and I'll second it? Okay, yeah, so
Yep.
my colleague will, cool.
Okay, Jake.
So can we go back to that slide about the one that was just up just before? So when you say extending beyond 300 metres does not improve ecological outcomes, and then you note the extra seagrass that's likely impacted, does that mean to say that actually extending has negative ecological outcomes? You've said does not improve, but do you actually mean makes worse?
That could have been phrased better, Councillor. Thanks for raising that. The first part of the sentence does not improve ecological outcomes about things like diffusion of the treated wastewater in the harbour.
Sure.
So going longer, as far as we know at this stage, doesn't change that sort of outcome.
Sure.
But you're right that that potentially going longer affects more seagrass.
Right.
Yeah.
So in aggregate, it would be a worse environmental outcome.
Sorry. At what point, and this might be a question for you general managers, at what point do we have technical ecological experts, not our lawyers, answering these questions? Yeah. And that's not disrespectful to you, Brent, but we need the right people. Jake's got a valid question. I'd like the right people at the table to answer it. So.
And at that point, we'd need to undertake a survey of the pipe route in summer and have an ecologist come back with an emphatic count of exactly how many square metres of seagrass are affected one way or the other. But due to time, and we can't undertake those surveys till summer, and two, we...
Okay, that's all right. I think I've made my point.
Cool. Any more questions? Nope. Pauline.
Look, I think there's going to be an even number voting on this if my maths are right. So I'd like to foreshadow 1,000 metres for the pipe.
So the
foreshadow. Is
so
that?
we'll go.
Oh, just in case then.
So that'll be the third one if we
The
can't
third
get
one,
to.
yep.
Cool. Phil. And then there's questions.
Having trouble biding my tongue. Gentlemen, just correct me if I'm wrong. The water that is treated and goes out the end of the pipe, which will be only once in every 2 years, on a pipe that's only 280 mil wide and not probably damage any seagrass at all, but the water that goes out is actually cleaner than what's actually in the harbour at the moment. If you had a glass of each, the harbour, the stuff we're putting in is better than what's there originally.
Hang on, guys. Let's. Yeah.
We do have sampling from the stream, and I can come back to you with what that stream quality is, but sorry, I don't hold that information this morning.
Okay, no, I was under the impression it was. Now, just when we talk about infiltration, the shambles that Queenstown Lakes is, theirs is an infiltration system.
Correct.
And that is not good at all. And if we do infiltration, like it's maybe suggested, down on the reserve, this is the same reserve that when it rains like crazy gets 300 mils of water over the top of it?
Yeah, correct. It gets
right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Aaron.
Yeah, got a couple. So on the pipe going out 2.7k, what depth is that pipe? So 300 metres or 500 metres obviously gets deeper as it goes.
Yeah, the discharge end at 2.7k is around 8 to 10 metres deep.
So at the 500, it would be...
I'd have to check the chart. So.
Okay, because seagrass only goes to between 5 and 6 metres depending on how clear the water is. So all of your pipes are going into the seagrass. The longer pipe doesn't go into seagrass. I mean, I just went on the ECAN website.
Again, this answers the earlier question of it would be helpful to have an ecologist here who's mapped the entire length and confirmed exactly how much seagrass.
Well, hang on,
well,
guys.
they all will.
So,
yeah, that was all. And then the other one is on the the event every 2.5 years. So that's obviously just more extreme events that it would happen. Has the option of putting in half a dozen 30,000 litre tanks at that point and then holding it, backing it up, and within hours alerting people to do what we did post-quake and say, don't use your toilet, if it's yellow, let it mellow, if it's brown, flush it down, that kind of stuff, and bank it up until the problem's fixed. Is that not an option? Or was that ruled out?
A large part of the problem in those storm events is surface flooding, gully traps get inundated. The water's going to come through whether people are flushing or not on the day.
Right. So we don't, in those events, when we know it's flooding into the harbour, we don't tell people not to use the toilet?
Not into the harbour. If it's a civil defence situation where you're getting flood waters, we'll advise.
Right.
Don't use your toilets because it's going to come out in the street.
Right. Oh, so we do say that at those points?
In an emergency situation.
Right, okay. Yeah. That's all good. As long as we do.
Okay, any other questions? No, we're all good. Excellent. So you guys can leave the table. Thank you. So let's bring up the resolutions. Rightio. So the first ones, and we'll just do them in order. So it's effectively, we'll do debate first. Is probably the best way. So what we've got, the first one is effectively Mel and Jake's at the 500. The next is Tyrone and Tim's at the 2.7, and the third is Pauline's at 1 kilometre. Yeah, as everyone, I imagine everyone here is comfortable with the community feedback. So why don't we just treat that as the substantive? Yeah. Okay. So does anyone want to debate this?
So the only change between the three things that have been put up is the length of the pipe.
Correct.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. But we'll keep that constant throughout. Yeah. Okay. So you're good. Correct. This is moved by Mel and seconded by Jake. Yep. Okay, so if that fails, just correct me if I'm wrong on the procedure. Sam, David?
If that fails, you go through to the foreshadowed.
Yeah, and then if that fails, we'll go through to the next foreshadowed. Yeah. Yeah, we'll debate first and then literally just start at 4. Or 4 we treated separately because everything else everyone agrees on them there or thereabouts. Aaron.
Sam, is there any chance of me putting up something that suggests a working group to work with the people that have put in these suggestions so they can be ruled out once and for all, based on evidence, whether staff does it or elected members or whatever? I mean, I'm happy to do that. I've just seen too many good examples, and I know everyone here loves their water infrastructure, and so they would have looked at various options themselves, and so I would prefer that rather than rule that some of those really good submissions out, but only if there's support from the table. Yeah.
So no, what we'd probably just need to, they just need a couple of minutes, so just take 5.
Because would it mean laying everything on the table for a month or 2?
Potentially,
or not?
but Okay. We might get back into it when everyone's ready. But they're going to talk. I'll get her to talk to it, yeah. Okay. So what we'll do, I just need let's just wait for Tyrone to get back. I just given it's in his patch. And if it has to take till 1 o'clock, it will. No. Is Tyrone out there, Nathaniel? Oh, okay. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, I think we will. It's just, we'll wait for Tyrone. Let's get back into it, everyone. So, Phil, you good? We good? Cool. Okay. So, yeah, we're good to go. Now, Elizabeth is just going to talk through Aaron's potential amendment, so we'll do that first.
So, we've had a discussion about that. That's got to be ruled out of order. These are decisions that were made starting back in April, and if this was something that the elected members wanted to advance, that should have been advanced back in April, and that's not the decision that is sitting in front of you today. If this was something that the elected members were very entrenched in wanting to do, you would have to go back and reverse all of the decisions that you have made to date. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. So we've got now Jake and Mel have over the break. They've amended theirs to 1,000, so that's under. So that'll remove Pauline's one. So we'll vote on the 1,000. Then, if that fails, well, if 1,000 fails, then 2.7 is the next one. So we'll go into debate. So, Tim, yep.
Thank you. Look, after listening to everything, I think the only way to go here for this community and for the good of the environment is the 2.7. It's never going to be cheaper than we're actually out there doing it. So taking all that into account, I will only be supporting the 2.7 today. Thank you.
Great. Melanie and then Tyrone.
It was actually really good to hear about the seagrass because I hadn't really realised it was in the RMA and how, anyway, and that was something that we should be taking into account. So I actually prefer the 500, but I'm going to compromise and support the 1,000 because the price for that distance is not much more. The 2.7k and an extra $11 million is, you know, this is a big pricey project, but we could save that money to spend on other things when you think about the debt that will incur and everything else. And it all depends on what you want to debt fund and where your priorities are, but this is a place where I'd save that money personally. And I also think the effects on the environment with the discharge won't be any any worse if the length is 1,000, but it could be a problem with the seagrass. I think it's quite logical to have that compromise of 1,000.
Tyrone?
A quick question, actually. If both motions fail, then there's no fallback option at this stage.
I'll
is there?
foreshadow the staff rec.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, cool. Look, I just want to acknowledge, absolutely the concerns raised by today, again, the Friends of Banks Peninsula and others in the community. I think it's really important to acknowledge that because it just shows how much the project matters to local people. And we as council should be doing everything we reasonably can to ensure people feel informed and listened to. And I think that we have achieved that through our discussions today and the changes to the substantive there. Because a scheme of this nature is going to shape the future of Akaroa and the harbour for generations, really. And so public confidence really matters, which is why I would ask you to support the foreshadowed motion of a 2.7 kilometre outfall, in the words of the Mayor, who I add cannot vote in this matter today, but he said do it once, do it right, and I absolutely agree with that 100%, and to my colleague Councillor Scandrett's views as well. I think it's also important just to take that step back and reflect on why we're actually doing this. I think it's always important to acknowledge that. We recently had another milestone in the restoration of Takapuniki over Matariki weekend, and so that incredibly important historic site is becoming the place it should always have been in our national consciousness and our national story. And we need to continue recognising that and restoring the mana of that site, and that is really the underpinning reason as to why we're going through a lot of this stuff. So it's important to keep sight of the larger purpose behind this project, but at the same time, let us not limit public participation. It's so important that we do that. The community deserves every reasonable opportunity to understand the proposal and test it and challenge it, and I think that's a really healthy thing for us as a council to go through that process, and great for the community, so I absolutely encourage that, and hopefully the Minister will agree with that and grant our request to allow that community feedback, because a stronger process produces a stronger outcome. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Yanni?
Yeah, I appreciate the work that's been done on this, but I do not agree with using the fast track approvals process for this. So I will be voting against 3 and 4. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Aaron and then Jake.
I'll just throw a little bit of debate in on the seagrass, because the first thing that sprung to mind with having a pipe running into and stopping in the seagrass is there's debris in the pipe. Because when you see things, grasses and tussocks and things, they love to catch debris. And a quick Google search also shows that seagrass catches debris really well. So if the pipe runs past the edge of the seagrass and into the deeper channel, it has a lesser environmental impact because that seagrass is a special breeding ground for sea life.
Great. Jake?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to be supporting the 1,000. In the art of compromise, Melanie has put forward a solution that is, more expensive and a longer outfall than what the staff have recommended. To go even further than that is actually just a waste of money. The idea that do it once, do it right is an absolute nonsense, and you must both know that it is, because it only would be sensible if we were to go back and actually extend that pipe again, and that's not what's being suggested. What's being suggested is to go further than we need to for some additional cost, rather than going ridiculously further than we need to for a ridiculous cost for no environmental, ecological benefit. In fact, it's actually, on the evidence presented today, the opposite.
Pauline? Yeah, I would prefer the 2.7, but I will still vote for the 1,000 to go through, because I don't want to get to a point where we have to do the staff recommendation of the 500. So if the 1,000 fails, I'll vote for the 2.7 because it's a better compromise than ending up at the 500. you know, one of the things we need to reflect on as an organisation, and it's something I'll raise with the Chief Executive, is how when we're making decisions, our numbers can be so different. So we called for an independent review of this. We've come back and there are literally tens of millions of dollars that have been removed from this budget that actually arguably should have been looked at the time we made the first decisions. And I get frustrated by that, because I think sometimes it's unhelpful when we're making decisions and puts us into particular corners. And it will be something I'll raise with the Chief Executive, because I think we need to get better as an organisation at coming through with the best, the most accurate information we can at the appropriate time for when council can make decisions. And I'm, you know, we are where we are now, and I'm pleased we got the independent review done, which has highlighted, you know, material underspends or material savings. But in my view, a lot of that should have been captured at the time we did the report in April. So, you know, I would prefer the 2.7. I'll support the 1,000, but if the 1,000 loses, I'll support the 2.7 in the goal of wanting to get the longest pipe out there as possible that I can around this council table. So let's put it to a vote on the 1,000. Let's do 4 first, eh? Is that all right with you, David?
You want to do 1 to 4 first? Oh, 4 first. Okay. And then just doing, we're going to vote on 4 first. Yeah. So we're good to start?
So this is just on number 4.
Yep, we're open.
Yeah. Oh, it's tied. All right, so that's lost. So now let's try the 2.7. Well, we might get the 2.7 over the line today. And voting's open on that. So that's gone through. 2.7. Yeah. So that's carried. Okay. And then let's get the rest of it through.
So can I just have my vote recorded against 4?
We've just been voting on 4.
Oh, sorry, 3. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you want to do it separate or just have staff just record my vote.
No. We'll just record it. Okay, so let's put.
1, 2, 3, and 5.
No, you're good. Right, so the balance of that.
Okay, voting is done. Oh, Mel. Okay, we've finished voting. And the results are.
And then just noting Yanni's against 3. Okay, that's carried. Great. Thank you to the team for that. Yeah. I suspect not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was very well handled. Cheers.
All right. So let's move on to. Oh, this will be fun. Item. Well, don't. We can save it here. Item 11. This Edinburgh Cycle Street connection.
I'll move.
Hang on. We've got to save 11 million today. Yeah, so. Okay, Jacob, do you want to talk to this?
This one was a late amendment to the last annual plan, and somewhere between the advice that we gave and the resolutions that you voted for, the funding didn't come with the resolution. So this is really just trying to tidy that up so that we either say we don't do it or we put money to it so we can do it. So that's what's in front of you, really.
Right, and that's been moved by Mel, seconded by Jake. Any questions, Aaron?
Yeah, just on the, what are we getting for the 1.3? Because I can't in my agenda find a picture.
This, like I said, this was a late amendment. So it joins the Norwest Arc at the main terrace and goes through to
I know where it
the
goes,
Little
to
River
Barrington Street,
at Barrington
point,
Street. I suspect it's just cycle lanes and some crossings at each end. So I suspect it won't cost anywhere near 1.3, but like I said, as a late amendment to the annual plan, we're asked to put a number to it, and we get held to that number. So we try and put in something with a decent amount of contingency. So, so we'll do some work. We'll come back with a proper number, but this is sort of a high level, high contingency view.
Yeah, I would always prefer to see before because I mean, $1.3 million is still a lot of money. And I know most of the table are happy to just go, yeah, just go ahead and do it.
Okay, we're not, guys, stop, hey, everyone, we're in questions of the team. We're not, you can talk about it at lunchtime if you, so does anyone else have questions of the team? No? So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? No debate? No, I was just thrilled that it's come from the Wheel Swings budget. That was, yeah. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? That's carried. So that must be gone now, Vic, is it?
No, we'll just try harder.
Okay, Anarog? Okay.
What number?
12.
12 now.
Sorry, 12. Yep.
Hi, I just thought I'd take the opportunity to introduce Kath Parr to you. So Kath's our Digital Solutions Manager. Yes. So, and this is a first time in front of you. So we're going to go through this report, this quarterly report with you today. Kath, do you want to kick it off?
Sure. Nice to meet you all. We're going to walk you through the update. Basically, we're going to detail the progress against the Council's digital strategy, some of the delivery highlights from financial year 26, which is just closed out, and then take you through the investment portfolio for FY27 and some of the challenges and opportunities. So this slide here just really lets you know that we've completed 22 projects at the end of financial year 26, and you can see that they're aligned across to the digital strategy pillars. The next slide, we've basically pulled out 3 key achievements from financial year 26. The Digital Citizen Experience program has launched the My Christchurch with the ability for people to link up their rates accounts. We've only had a soft launch, so there's been no advertising to the public, but we're seeing strong user adoption. So 38% increase in registrations of accounts, and then 36% of those people who've registered have then gone on to actually log in and actually interact with the portal, and that's since our launch in May. We also have had a little bit of customer feedback about the increased security. So somebody saying, well done, it's great to actually have that security in place. But also want to point out there's also been a little bit of comment from citizens about, why is the need for the increased security? But as we know, it's harder and harder to protect against leak of personal data. So, so that has been, just basically both sides of the coin there. Our cloud transformation project has moved the majority of our infrastructure up into the cloud, and one of the benefits that is not easily seen is that the data centre we've moved into also has been designed with high energy efficient and sustainability standards, which links through to the outcomes of council. And then for our staff, we have around 900 employees now being rostered into the right place. We've got the right number of people in the right place with their timesheets being automatically transferred across to payroll. So that just gives some consistency to that front-facing service. And this slide is very similar to what we presented last time, but that's just to let you know that our digital team go out to the capital builds, and we do things. We put IT infrastructure in, desktops, do the IT fit out, but we also provide some professional advice around audio visual and also things like the automated handling for the libraries team at Aomaki. This slide details the digital activity plan, including the digital investment. So you'll see there that we have the digital investment portfolio budget. It's pretty evenly split between what we call external service costs and the internal staff time. So the external costs, they are where we augment our staff time, or we actually bring in skills that we don't have within our existing team in order to actually progress a project and deliver it. And our internal staff time is the hours that our team contribute to that change. We've recently been working with ELT to firm up the financial year 27 digital investment portfolio. We've taken a strategic risk prioritisation model approach. So you'll see there that we have taken the ELT strategic risk register and then divided that into 3 key areas. So we've looked at the risks that apply to foundational enablement, the risks that apply to service delivery, and then the risks that actually eventuate as part of the external risk environment. And then from there, we've asked ELT to work with us on, with risk as the primary driver and the value that we intend to anticipate from a project. What options do we have around continuing a project, maybe deferring or staging it, and in some cases not even doing it at all because it's no longer actually going to be fit for purpose. Then we've divided up the portfolio into segmentation. So we've said that there are some things that we're actually in flight. They might be multi-year projects that we've already approved and are already in flight and delivering value. The must-do category is the projects that have such a strong risk that we must actually do it. So a good example would be the water quality system that's out at the treatment plant. We absolutely want to invest in that to make sure that we're actually getting good data so that we're protecting our citizens. And then we've got some discretionary projects which we are currently working through with the executive leadership team. And this is where we have some flexibility on whether these things are needed, whether we actually stage them, whether that's this financial year or a future year. The next 2 slides really just walk you through the types of projects that are across different functional areas of council. So it just gives you a bit of a flavour of the depth and the breadth of the change that we're bringing to life. And we do have a few challenges and opportunities. So no surprises, cybersecurity is right up there for us. We've got increasing AI machines now actually creating a larger threat landscape for us to navigate. And that means that we have to then continually patch our systems. We're needing to do that more often, and so that we have to balance the disruption to the service delivery and actually protecting our environment as well. And then no different to any other service delivery unit, we have budget pressures as well. So increased costs for hardware. We took an action towards the late last year to actually proactively buy some of our hardware up front to protect against some of the bill shock they were experiencing. And also our vendors' software costs are going up. So as the vendors are bringing new capabilities like AI to the table, then some of our enterprise systems, there are actually increases in prices. And we're working with our finance colleagues to really look closely at what we've actually got and what we're investing in, and how to manage those impacts and actually to also deliver the service as well. But AI creates us a problem, but on the flip side, it also creates us an opportunity as well. So there's work going on at the moment to provide governance and oversight of AI adoption. So the things that we're actually looking at the moment is we're evaluating the use of Microsoft Copilot. That's mainly addressing workforce productivity. We're also looking at Genesis Copilot for the customer service interactions on the phone. So what kind of support can we give our customer service reps when they're actually answering a question, rather than have to go through a whole lot of things? You know, how can we bring that information quicker to them so they can support our citizens? And then we're also looking at SAP. They've got a new AI platform called Joule. And of course, because a lot of our enterprise data sits in that platform, we're looking at how AI can automate some of the workflows that our staff are actually using day to day. And that was a very fast run through. Thank you.
No, really good. Thank you for that. I've got Victoria and Nathaniel.
Thank you for that. I've got a very specific question in relation to the enhanced citizen experience, recognising that we've got 45,000 dogs registered in the city, and the letters have just gone out around dog registrations. I was surprised that wasn't included in the citizen in my Christchurch already. So is there a timeline you can give us in relation to when we can expect to be able to transact and update registers in relation to dogs? Because that's a good 45,000 people in the city that we could get using my Christchurch pretty quickly.
Yeah, I can't give you a timeline, but we'll take that as an action and come back to you.
Do you have a priority list as to what capability you're adding and when, and how are you determining that?
So there is absolutely a pathway. So we've just done release 1 of digital citizen experience, and we made a management call to pause that while we understood what happened in terms of the uptake, and then went through the My Rates, and we said we would bring back a view to get council direction on whether you would like us to take this into a phase 2. So DCE phase 2 is not listed there, but we're certainly going to be bringing that back for you to support the direction of where you want to take that platform.
There's still work being done on the platform now, though.
The platform phase, the release 1 has completed. We've just done we soft launched it, and we've just done the My Rates piece. So that's just settling in. We're going to bring back the uptake and the monitoring as you requested. So you really wanted to understand how it was being used. Yep. You've seen some of those stats today, and we were also going to be seeking your direction on further investment. So we haven't necessarily included it in this portfolio at the moment because we want to come back with your direction.
I think the point that Victoria makes is really good, though, is
if
you're going to get uptake with the system, let's find the things that people have to engage with us on.
Absolutely.
You know,
and
like that.
yeah, there is a roadmap through the chair, there is a roadmap with all of these kind of services that can be brought in, and we'll bring you that view so that you can advise us accordingly. Yeah.
Okay, so is that scheduled already to come before us, or is it just in pipeline?
It's in the pipeline, but I expect it'll be this quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was a little bit challenged in trying to set it up. So are there any drop-in sessions, or is there any support available for those who are wanting to log in, who are wanting to set up their accounts, for either residents or elected members? After a quick pulse survey of my colleagues, there wasn't a great deal of uptake.
Okay, if you want, certainly we can arrange that. That's more than happy to do that. We can. I'll talk to Sarah Newman. She's got somebody who's actually supporting all citizens, so there's a kind of phone a friend opportunity. So, how about we go away and get that set up for you?
It'll be helpful.
A drop-in session. Yeah.
Yeah. The IT challenged.
Cool. Nathaniel?
On the AI side, are we kind of figuring out how we will quantify the productivity gains?
Yes, so digital's just, on this report, has referenced what the digital team is supporting. There's actually a broader AI capability program that's being led out of innovation and improvement, and we're going through 5 pillars, of which one is actually understanding the value that's being driven from AI use as we do it currently. We do plan on bringing a report back this quarter. There is a resolution on actually what our AI capability uplift program is, what we're doing, how we're seeing it manifest, but it is very much driving a productivity value.
Yeah. Would it be realistic to expect at some point in the future a sort of clear kind of dollar value on the productivity gain, so that when we start getting charged for some of these services, we have a really good framework for making those decisions?
I think in time that will come. Government departments and other councils are actually looking at the productivity by the productivity hours released. So what's it enabling, so we can bring it that way.
But
Thank you.
Good point though, Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Because one of the things we've asked for in the LTP is, you know how there's that 10 million of consulting spend in IT every year, which is on, a lot of that's on the value add. It's like, great, prove that you need it to value add and how it's quantified. So that's the only way that money will get budgeted. So along the same vein. Okay, everyone happy? Great. Jake's happy to move this. Vic's happy to second it. Oh, Kelly's happy to second it, sorry. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Great, thank you. 1 o'clock. So we've still got the treatment. We've still got quite a bit actually. So why don't we come back at 2 and go from there? let's get into this. So we'll go to Gavin and Gary's report 13, which I think we might have some slides. We do have some slides, so we'll hand over to you and take it away.
Okay, thank you for having us back again. The first slide is pretty boring because that's just who we are. So here's some updates on where we are with the electrical ducting installation. So these are just numbers. We lost a couple of days. About 10 days ago, it was really wet for about 4 or 5 days. So it's pretty hard to dig holes and do that stuff. But still on target for everything. The switchboard, we said at the end of August, again, still on target. The fully powered up might be a week later than what we initially thought, just because of the weather from the week before. But first week in September rather than the last week in August. So going through that, you will have seen this slide before. Nothing has really changed on that except for the last line on the timeline, again around the fully electric. Just move that over to September. So these two photos might appear to be quite boring, however they're massive time for us. So the one on the left is the concrete pour that was completed 140 cubes last Friday morning at 4 a.m. So it was great to get it done. It was also really good. Heb worked really well. We met with the community. 4 a.m. is a very early start. But actually, I met with everyone, well, as many people as I could. Nobody heard it at 4 a.m., which was great. And Heb did a great job just keeping in touch with everyone. On the right-hand side, that is the last of the 1,600 piles that were driven, and that's the crew that did them. So the piling is now finished. That was on Saturday. The last one went in. So again, 2 milestones there achieved last week. So really happy with the way things are going. I've only put up Carter's Road and the next one is Shortland Street, only because the other monitors, Maces and Marketplace, had nothing on them for July, and South New Brighton had a couple of really small ones down the bottom. But as you can see, going that one and going back, July has been really good for odour. There hasn't been much monitored. Having said that, the gap in between is when the monitors were off, all getting serviced and recalibrated. And then this is really just to give you an idea of what the month ahead is. So on the right-hand side, the nice picture is hopefully what the bunding, which will go along between the plant and the houses that back onto Shortland Street. So that's just a view of hopefully what it will look like. So at the moment we're just planning that, and I'm talking to the neighbours around what this will look like. The site's having a good old tidy up at the moment, and a lot of stuff that's been there is being removed, so we can again tidy things up. The month really ahead is the continued installation of electrical cabling to allow for them all to be on full electric by that first week in September. And the pipe installation continues. The hard fill compacting, which will start at the end of July, is another one of those upsetting possibly for the neighbourhood. It's probably a 2-month process, and there is a bit of vibration with that. So we'll continue to keep in touch with everybody and keep everyone up to date. But yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, happy for any questions.
Excellent, thank you for that. I think it's a really good way of doing it, just to give the latest update, so much appreciated. The Mayor's happy to move this. Kelly's happy to second it. Are there any questions? Yanni?
Thanks, Gary, and just want to acknowledge the work that you've been doing, so thank you. It's really appreciated, that personal contact with the local residents, just to, check in. I just wanted to check if there'd been any sort of follow-up with the health video that was released, if there'd been any feedback or any concerns raised.
When I spoke to health last time, there hadn't been any uptake from anything. What I haven't checked is how many hits we've had, and I could probably do that for you. I suppose interesting to know how many people have actually had a look at it. But no, at this stage, it hasn't hasn't raised anything else.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Peter and Bruce for the LTP update, which I'm happy to move, and Jake's happy to second.
There you go. I think it's possible that Mitch might join me up here because Bruce is occupied up there, isn't he? Just a quick reminder, this report is an update and it's reasonably standard, but there is also the request that the Chair made last month for a roadmap from ELT on reaching 654. There's an attachment that speaks to that, and if there are any questions on that, Mitch is in a better position than I am with some of the financial information.
Yep.
So, look, I'll just work through it quickly. The update is very similar to last month's in that the project is on track. A lot of that sheet's home to a very clear letter of expectation. We've almost completed the level of service, light touch level of service. The transport session was, I feel, very good. They will circle back on the 13th of August for final direction. Three Waters is tomorrow. So overall, we are on track. Just quickly working through some of the work streams, I realise that today's been a long day and time is an issue. FS and IS are on track. We'll have the first draft budgets within about a week to understand where we might need to look further and harder. The document Mitch is going to talk to is going to go into more detail on that. Capital program, Paul and the PMO are doing a sterling job of smoothing things out. They're working very hard on that to make sure that your expectations around the bow wave and levelling it out and the quantum, which you talked about at 500 mil plus inflation, basically current delivery, is met. There are some spikes in there that he needs time to work on, but there is time to do that. Activity plans, level of service review are on track. You might remember last month we were going to confirm the guidance on levels of service, but I think your position was you wanted to understand this roadmap to 654 before locking those in. So that's where we are. I just wanted to remind everyone of that. Asset planning, there's still potential. It's a yellow because there's some potential things we need to understand there around AMA scores and the drop in AMA scores and so forth. We need to know, does that have an effect on the LTP, and if so, what is it? So we're still working through that. There's some absences that have gotten in the way of that. And yeah, local water done well in Three Waters. Probably have to put a pin in that until the next update to understand exactly where we are. There's an update tomorrow from Three Waters, and there will be a follow-up the week after, next week, on things like the capital program for Three Waters and levels of service for Three Waters. And so that's essentially the project, but speaking to the attachment, the ELT roadmap to 654, I think it's time maybe Mitch could give you an overview.
So everyone's got that. That's page 779.
Yep. So in terms of the road to 654, ELT and council staff are taking an analytical approach to and a consistent approach to assessing where savings can be identified. So rather than just cherry picking potential targeted savings, it's looking at a more evidenced based approach, and there's a number of different avenues that we're looking at to achieve that. So comparing back to prior years' performance, taking into account council expectations on certain budgets to be included, looking at the levels of service work where we've been achieving and where we haven't been achieving for where savings could be identified. We've also been taking a good hard look at personnel planning. So we had last week before, an early rough cut of personnel planning. So we've been going through that, looking at where positions that are unfilled are being budgeted and could potentially be assessed as to whether they're actually required or what work needs to be done around that. We've also been assessing our vacancy provisions whether that's still appropriate, the assumptions that we make. So it's still very much a moving piece at the moment, but we have a number of strategies laid out before us which can help get to that 654 roadmap.
Okay. We've got a few questions. I'll just start. Firstly, thank you for pulling this together. I think it's a good read. The thing that was going through my mind is, and I probably need your steer on it, is how do we track that this is being implemented? So we're in July. You've basically got August and September. What I had in my mind, and you might have a better solution, so go with it, is, can we get something to the September F&P meeting that says that ELT are at a point where they've got the budget to 654 as the yes/no as to when we present to council the draft LTP? Because, and I'm deliberately pushing it back at the organisation that the council have set some expectations. We need the team to come up with it and then be ready to present, rather than present going, we got there or thereabouts. So what's a mechanism that we can use in a governance sense to deliver that?
I think it's alluded to in the undertaking from ELT that ELT is working through this in September.
Yep.
So we are looking to deliver draft documents to ELT at the beginning of September. So there's a month for them to align, fine-tune, get things to where they need to be.
Yep.
At some point in September, we should be able to confirm to you that we've got it and that 1 October is good to go.
Yeah. So can we get that confirmed at the F&P meeting in September? Because I guess what I'm saying is, if it's not confirmed, I don't want to see the draft LTP.
Yes, is the answer to that. I mean, I imagine the F&P in September is sometime in the 20s, 24th,
the end
somewhere
of the month,
in
I imagine.
there.
It's usually
Probably a week before the 1st of October.
Yeah.
So you're basically looking for a heads up a week out that we've got there.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
because I guess if the organisation hasn't, then we're not going to be in a position to see it.
Well,
because-
there's no point supplying it to you if it isn't. So
correct, yeah. And that's
okay.
where I'm just thinking there needs to be a governance lever that says, all right, team, we know on this date.
Stop, go?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So how do we...
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, and it's either today, yesterday, the first of the budgets that's been prepared by the team it was in the last couple of days, or it's today, is going to be in a draft form and will then be presented to ELT. So we'll now start to actually have visibility over what are the numbers, where they're coming, and then what levers we've used to get to those numbers, and which ones we now have to use or employ further in order to reach your one. So the first cut budget, which I guess is the first stage, work in progress budget, I think has been completed, has it, Mitchell, or is close to, in a draft form? Pardon? Tonight. So so that will give us the visibility to then start working to come back and give you the assurance. So we're well advanced in that budget process, which is the main mechanism we will use in order to arrive at providing you with the assurance.
Because what I'd kind of like then is something at that September one that says, yep, we're at this point, yep, we've compared it to your letter expectation. We've and we're in a position to come to you in October. I just think there needs to be a stop-go from our table going, actually, we're nearly there, and we go, no, go back and finish it. I don't think we'll get to that point, because I think you will have done it, but it's just we need that lever in the system somewhere.
And we'll bring back essentially a binary decision for you.
Just a...
either we're there or we're not.
Yeah.
And
so can we...
We can do that.
That can be an action.
How do we do that, Peter?
Yeah, it's an action.
That's an action from this meeting.
So can we add it in perhaps as a... I think it's just good governance practice to have it all lined up.
As a suggestion, clarity that we have got it, yes, no, but also a little checklist about meeting the requirements of the LOE.
Correct.
Have we come in with the capital guidelines met and so forth?
Yep. I think that would be... So can we work up a little bit of a resolution? Well, just adding something in. And it's just be a noting that you'll bring it back up. Yeah. Okay, sorry I've taken up too much time. I've got Kelly and then Phil and then Nathaniel.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, just in terms of achieving what we want to achieve, you're talking about operational rates savings equating to approximately 5% of controllable costs. And also you mentioned after an assumed 4% inflationary impact. Obviously, inflation's just gone up. Was that fortuitous that you had that figure in, or was it planned for?
So, I mean, we had allowed 4% based on information that we had available earlier in the piece and the experience of the finance team and
You got that
what
right.
we've seen in the past.
Mhm. Just another question. Current staff vacancies sit at around 8%, which is approximately 200 jobs. Is that high for? We've got no context for that. You know, what was it same time last year, or does it vary considerably?
In percentage terms, it tends, at least for the last 2-3 years, has been fairly consistent.
Okay, around sort of that percentage.
Yeah, there has been a few moving pieces. So in individual months, it's been higher and lower. So, for example, there's been the in-housing of the parks maintenance team and the opening of Parakiori and other facilities like that. So that has led to periods of a spiked level of vacancies, i.e. we had budgeted for them to be on board at a certain point during the year, but they hadn't quite been onboarded at that time. But taking an average long-run view, that 8% figure is fairly consistent.
Yeah, and just a final question. It says here on the bottom of page 779, I think it is, while some areas are pushing hard and incorporating savings into their planning, others are struggling to find the savings. Do you have, I mean, what is that about? Is that attitude, you know, they're not as keen, or is it the complication of the particular area that they're working in?
It's a little bit of everything. In large part, that comment refers to the complexity of some units and the inflexibility of some units' budgets. So some units in parts of council are very staff driven. If they are fully staffed and delivering their level of levels of service, finding savings is very difficult without reducing staff numbers. So those sorts of decisions are harder to make. So they don't necessarily find the same level of savings as other parts of the organisation.
So they might not have a big spend.
Correct.
CapEx. Okay. Thanks very much.
Great. Nathaniel?
So when we do the next round of the levels of service, is the idea that we'll be at a point where the departments will be coming to us and saying, like say for example, the art gallery might say, well, these are our current levels of service, but to get down to the 4%, we're going to need a 20% budget cut, or that's the projected reduction, throughout the length of the LTP. So then sort of giving us a guide of what's realistic. Is that sort of what we'll be looking for at the next round?
No, I mean, generally speaking, what the process is from here is that they've spoken to you already. Like the art gallery came up and they took you through their stuff.
Yeah.
And there was one or two light suggestions about what they might want to have a look at.
Yeah.
But they will go away and build to that. They will build a draft, I stress draft, to that. But in the meantime, ELT is looking at all of these levers that Mitch is talking to.
Yeah.
So it isn't necessarily just levels of service where it could come from.
Yeah.
There's all of those internal mechanisms that may not necessarily mean you turn the service down, but you get there anyway.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So the levels of service will be coming back to us with something that conforms both to our feedback and to the budget.
Both together.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay. So look, in general, broadly speaking, you didn't turn many levels of service down.
Right.
The message was, can you look at budgets and all those internal levers? And so that's largely what we're going to bring back to you.
Yeah. And is it fair to say we didn't turn them down, and I'm sure we'll get to that when we do the next paper, but we didn't turn them down because a lot of the time we were hitting them with surpluses in their budgets.
Correct.
Which to me just suggests we've got too much money in the budgets for what we're...
If I can really grossly simplify, you seem to be saying, the what looks all right, can you look at the how?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's and from where we are so far on the sort of you know, on this work on the 654 budget, the feeling is that that's realistic to say the what is okay, but we need to focus on the how.
Well, I mean, I'm sort of speaking for everybody here, but the undertaking in the ELT attachment is a high level of confidence that we will come back to you with those numbers.
Okay.
Yep. And I've got something, Nathaniel, in that PX paper which we can talk to, which addresses that as well. Great. Yanni and then Phil.
Thanks. And I know we're not doing the AMA report today, but in this report there is extensive reference to the decline in the AMA scores, particularly in the three waters. I'm just trying to understand on page 767 the risk to the recommendations of the recent AMA report state the assessment should inform long-term planning cycles and budgeting processes, which won't be any surprise to you. I've raised this pretty much from the start of the LTP process. So if we have low confidence in our asset data for our three waters, how are we making good financial decisions in terms of the draft LTP?
Sorry, I'm just going to go back a step. What that says is that we're trying to understand the relationship and the background, not that we have low confidence. So, look, I think rather than prejudice the conversation, we're still trying to work that out internally. Okay. Just give us a chance to have that discussion,
cool,
rather than jump to anything.
Sure. Okay. Well,
it's a complex assessment. The LTP is a complex thing. How the two are talking, we need to figure it out.
Yeah. So I've just looked at like water supply and stormwater, and you know, asset data information. 2025 scores 50, and network maintenance low confidence in asset data completeness and reliability, and that's kind of repeated throughout a number of the things. So when we have that report back, and hopefully we'll get a briefing on the asset management maturity report, how will finance be integrated into that? Like, is there things that you would pick up from this report that you'll embed into the process that we're using going forward? And if so, what would be the process to do that? Or do we need to give a greater direction at our level?
The asset management guys are part of the LTP working project team. So they're connected at a structural level.
Right.
I think it'd be good to let them do their presentation to council. I really don't want to queer the pitch for something that someone else is going to present to you.
Sure.
So there's that, but in the background, staff are working together. There's been some absences and sick leave and things that have complicated it. But we're trying to figure out, is there something in there? Morrison Lowe says this should inform the LTP. We're just trying to figure out how it works at the same time as we're trying to run the LTP as well.
Yeah.
So give us a little room, I think, would be the request.
Okay.
Just to figure out how it works.
I'm just worried we're going to run out of time, and we're making significant decisions around financial choices.
Understood.
That we, in the absence of good data. So, yeah.
All right, so we've heard the message, Phil.
Okay.
Yeah, I just following up on what Sam was talking about to Peter. It's very well. We're 654. It's very clear to us. Is it filtering down to the right people in the engine room, and do they understand what we're really wanting? You don't have to answer it. I'm just asking. You just don't have to answer it.
Can I take the fifth?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. No, I just want to make sure that it's filtering down there, and people need to hear. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, Tyler.
Kia ora, guys. Just quickly, if you can't hit that 654, do you have alternative options to reflect upon in order for us to be able to get down to that? So, for example, you're doing the evidence-based approach first. Say it doesn't quite hit the mark and get down to that 6, it might be 6.4, whatever. Are there any alternative options that you guys would weigh up as a plan B, plan C to try and backfill that?
Well, I'm sure Mitch will have something to say, but I'm going to go back to the ELT commitment, a high level of confidence.
Yeah, I trust you
think
too.
we need to see the glass half full here.
Yeah.
But if it's 0.5% or something, the finance guys know the levers. So maybe that's a point for you, Mitch.
Probably to Peter's point, plan 1, plan A is 654. If 654 could not be achieved and we had exhausted every option available at the staff level to achieve that, we would be intending to come back to council with options on how we believed we could achieve 654.
Yeah, but obviously just reinforcing that's the the worst case scenario, because we've sat through LOS reviews where there have been significant surpluses and underspends when we're still hitting our targets at 100%. So by definition, the money is sitting within the organisation, and that's why we haven't got as hard on the the levels of service. Because if we got to that point, my reaction would be, great, we're going through levels of service again as a council, because we could have plucked that saving out just based off those numbers.
Yep. Look, I'll go back to something Bruce Robertson said at ARMC, which is, look, we took you through all the technical risks in the paper. The biggest one that isn't really visible is inability to make a decision, but by anybody. It could be management, governance, whoever. That still, Bruce was right. That probably remains the biggest risk, is the one that's not on the page. Can't decide, can't agree, lack of consensus. Let's come back next week. Just informally, that probably is still the big risk, because 654 will not give everybody what they want.
Well, there's a good consensus around this table. So, yeah. Okay, Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what we want to ensure yourself, the Mayor, and the other councillors understand is that levels of service are the last cab off the rank. Everything else comes first before in terms of those cost savings. And to reiterate what Peter is saying, ELT is confident that we can meet those targets, and we'll be coming back to provide that assurance. If, and much lies behind the word if, it's not possible, we'll be very clear as to how we've arrived at that, but it is the levels of service. We understand the message is the last cab off the rank. Everything else comes before it.
Yeah, no, that's great. Excellent, thank you. Good discussion. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Great, thank you both.
Thanks,
very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's resolve to exclude the public. The Mayor's happy to move it. Jake's happy to second it. All in favour? Against? That's carried. So we'll just give it a minute and clear the room.